Alrighty, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Montana State Library Commission. We have our February 11th, 2018 meeting. I'm Rob. Oh,
2018.
that's what I read, but it's 26. Where did 18 come from? Isn't that weird?
Before 19.
Will you go back? Let's go back.
You already got
2018.
married, yeah.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Your
nice.
blissful ceremony.
Oh, wonderful. I think that was the year I retired. So yeah, it was a good year. Okay, I'm Robin Scribner, library, I can't read this morning. Chairman of the Montana State Library Commission, and I call this meeting to order. As your chair, I'm going to try to get my tongue right and be able to speak. And I'm also going to work to ensure that this commission has an effective meeting with a transparent decision-making process. I'd like to ask our commissioners and then our staff to introduce themselves. We'll start with Carmen.
Good morning. My name is Carmen Cuthbertson. I'm State Library Commissioner from Kalispell, Montana. Obviously, Montana.
Chris Goss, State Library Commissioner, appointed by the Commissioner of Higher Education, librarian at Helena College.
Tom Burnett, Library Commissioner.
McKenna Gregg, the OPI Designee Library Commissioner. Peggy Taylor, Commissioner.
I'm Tammy Hall. I'm from Bozeman. I was appointed by our governor. Right.
I'm Jenny Stepp. I'm the Montana State Librarian. I'm Melissa Briggs, the Central Services Administrator.
And we also have Tracy Cook here, our head consultant. Okay, you're what?
The minute taker.
The minute, she's our minute
Oh,
taker
you're
today. Yeah. Thank you for, oh my goodness, they were awesome, those minutes. Very nice. Okay. All right, are there any changes or additions to the agenda? Okay, as there are none, if we have any questions about Robert's rules, Commissioner Chris Goss has agreed to help us with that process. Another reminder, if we're struggling to phrase a motion, I as chair may allow a discussion on how the motion should be phrased. Not in all motions, but using my discretion, I may allow a limited discussion in the phrasing of the motion. To be respectful of everyone's time and ours, I would like to ask that informal presentations be no more than 10 minutes and public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. Using my discretion to allow more if necessary. Okay, on to business items. Does anyone want anything pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed separately?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I recommend pulling the financial report pending further information from consent agenda.
Okay, all right, so we'll pull that. Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to pull the commission bylaws out of the consent agenda and discuss a point in the bylaws.
Okay, we'll do that also. Okay. All righty. So it also, the consent agenda also includes the October 8th and December 10th, 2025 meetings. Is everybody okay with those? Okay. All righty. So we will go ahead. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the removal of the financial quarter, the second quarter fiscal year 2026 financial report and the commission bylaws? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Is so moved.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded that we accept the consent agenda with the removal of the financial report and the commission bylaws. Is there any discussion? Okay, any public comment? Okay, seeing as there is none, we will now vote on the motion, which is to approve the consent agenda with the removal of the second quarter fiscal year 2026 financial report and the commission bylaws. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay, the consent agenda has been approved by voice vote. Right,
We discussed the bylaws.
yeah, or the one or the other, the bylaws. Okay, so the bylaws, Okay, regarding the bylaws and the consent agenda, we are required to review the bylaws annually. If no one has any changes when the consent agenda is approved, the bylaws will be approved for another year. If someone wants to recommend changes, they should ask for the bylaws to be pulled. So that is what has happened. So Carmen, go ahead. What is your change?
Under subcommittees and work groups, we designate our standing committees. With the changes we're making to the continuing education, the certification program, we should probably consider creating a standing committee since we have committed ourselves to review potential additions to the course catalog kind of on a rolling basis to make sure we will maintain a relevant catalog of courses for those that need to take continuing education to get their certification. I don't have any wording or anything exact to suggest at this point, but I think we will want to do an addition to our list of standing committees, and I would like to discuss that with the commission.
Idea.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
I
Chair.
just would like to support that because again, we should always go back to our statutory responsibilities, and that is one of them. And that therefore would make it a really appropriate standing committee. And what Carmen said, we have to review them probably monthly or whatever, at least the first few years.
Mhm. Anyone else? Further discussion?
I would be
Jenny?
happy to create a draft, maybe with Jenny and Tracy's help to make sure we put in there the appropriate wording to, line out the purpose of the committee and anything else that needs to go in the bylaws to do this correctly.
Perfect.
Okay. That's
My fault, sorry.
okay. Yes, Carmen, that sounds like a great idea, and Jenny's fine with it. Tracy is nodding also, so.
We don't have a deadline or anything, Jenny.
No, I think if we could have that language by your April meeting, then that could just be
Okay.
an action item to update the bylaws at your April meeting. And then you as chair would appoint the members to that standing committee.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thanks, Carmen.
Good save.
Okay, Tom?
Madam Chair and members, we heard the budget report a couple of days ago, and we requested more detailed account of what's in the other account. So, and that'll be forthcoming. No further action.
In the discussion?
So you're referring to the other at the bottom.
Yes.
Yeah, it was clear for me having looked at it, but it wouldn't be clear if you hadn't. On the tape. We looked at the budget, but asked for clarification of the other budget. Yeah, I see. Okay, so we can't approve the budget till we get that, or is that ready? Or how long will that take?
Just under other business.
I think what we would do is
What do you
provide that additional detail to the finance committee at your April finance committee meeting. And then approve
it next time.
both your FY or your second quarter and third quarter financials at your
Okay.
April meeting.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
is it requisite that we approve the budget quarterly, or it's mostly a report, is my
Mhm.
understanding?
You're accepting the reports.
We
Yeah.
see the report.
Yeah.
The report is there. That's the purpose of.
Mhm.
that.
Right.
Exactly.
So the action is not to approve it, it's that we saw it.
Yes, that's what I understand.
Right. Okay. So, Aaron, this, okay. Yes, city.
What's your front grab, Aaron?
Okay, Erin Fashway is going to be. She was here or is she coming in or
She's coming in.
for the initial Montana Geospatial Information Act grant awards?
Madam Chair, may
Yes.
I ask a question on the budget meeting? While we're at that open, I just
Yes.
have a general question. Do we receive reports from that budget committee? Whatever happens with them,
They're
Finance
always,
committee.
they're always linked on the agenda. And
yeah,
they're also on the dashboard on the
Okay.
website.
when they meet, it's linked. Are there minutes taken on it? I didn't think so.
No,
The reports are
the
available.
reports, but not
No,
our
the reports,
discussion.
but I'm asking
mean our
about the budget.
discussion.
committee.
Finance.
When would it be appropriate for them to report to us? Yes, things are going good, yes, we're okay, yes, no, whatever we've asked these questions, or,
We could say that. It's in our meetings.
I think it's
I-
important if we have these standing committees that we get reports from them.
Do that.
Because your input is valuable.
The decision was made a few years ago to put the financial report under the consent agenda. I think what you're asking is that it be its own agenda item rather than part of the consent agenda.
If it's appropriate, some months it might not
I
be,
see.
some meetings it might not be, but some meetings. Like as we
Oh,
go
yes,
into the
definitely.
legislature and,
Definitely.
you know, because they're representing us,
Mhm.
but we're still the seven of us. So they're, you know. It would be nice to know what the
Yeah,
standing
sure.
committee.
So maybe at the finance committee meeting, the finance committee could tell us whether you think that there's something that warrants a larger discussion, or if it's just a report on the financial report that could be on the consent agenda. We'll look for guidance.
Okay, thank you.
Ready? Okay. Here's our Erin Fossaway.
Good morning, everyone. You have a memo in front of you.
Okay.
Victoria, can you open the memo, please? Thank you. Yell out the door.
Yeah.
So the MGA Council took action to approve these 4 grants. As a part of this year's grant program, we've restarted the grant program due to some downfall in revenue for the past few years. So we've invigorated that, changed it to a 2-year program. And the council wanted to basically go ahead and approve these 4 grants that were submitted originally back in fiscal year 2025, because it still falls in line with our priorities of the geospatial information plan, and it's still a major priority of the work that we're doing, committed to our partners here. And so these were vetted 2 years ago and then re-reviewed and set for approval, and then the remaining funding would be set for the next grant round of applications, which are currently collecting them. And so we ask that you approve these 4 grants. We can start the process of getting the contracting in place, and then we'll come to you with a second set of grants at a special meeting.
Now, can we ask questions or do we wait for a motion?
If you have questions, I can do your motion, it's appropriate to ask.
Okay. So can, and we probably could have clicked on these and found out, but I didn't realize that we could have. So could you give us just a brief synopsis of what these different counties are doing?
Yes, Blaine County is working on a 3DHP grant. It's collecting information to basically transition to the new water model. So it's based on a national standard. And so they would be taking existing LiDAR data that's collected from airplanes and transitioning that information to collect a new water data for a defined geographic area. And it's going to be they're one of the first of this grant kind, and to be working within a federal program because they match the dollars. It's a very expensive process, and so they will be taking these funds to start the process of transitioning from an old model to a new model, which will be highly accurate and better for modeling for like
For
disaster
looking
response and
For water, basically, or
how water flows.
Yeah.
It'll be a highly accurate depiction of water in the future. And then the other three are basically, collecting and updating information to prepare for next gen 911 and, geo-enabled elections, which are go hand in hand, having good address data and having good boundaries. That's very high level.
Does Blaine County have a GIS specialist on staff?
They have a few folks that specialize in one of their specialties is GIS, but I don't think it's specific to. One person designated specifically for GIS. It's like I think it's a half DES, disaster and emergency services, and then part-time GIS. I'm not entirely clear, of all of the folks that are using GIS up there, but there's several people that are or are part of the time doing GIS.
Further question. So that work looks pretty expensive. Could it be demanded of all 56 counties?
It will be, the goal is to collect the entire state and to find partners to help mitigate the funds. And when we collected LiDAR, we found a lot of federal partners, not a lot of local partners. And so this is promising to find local partners who are willing to step up and do the work. It is very expensive. And right now it's the only way it can be done is through this type of program. Yeah, through the feds.
Like Erin said, the 3D HD that Erin described, the 3D hydrography is the new national standard for hydrography data. It's a multi-million-dollar expense. And so these local dollars are leveraging significantly more federal dollars to be able to collect the basins in this area.
Further question. So does the main benefit have to do with emergencies or agriculture?
Gosh, I mean, sometimes agriculture is emergencies lately. I would say it could be both. It's any way to model water. When the floods, Yellowstone floods happened, they were able to pull some of the LiDAR data immediately and start modeling. And so in the future, this will be the future way that we model the information and we have that data available, whether you're trying to predict some sort of flood response or maybe even fire with flooding, after flooding, landslides, things like that can be predicted using these types of models, having the LiDAR data and the hydro data together.
What program is the federal money coming from?
It will be the USGS and Department of the Interior, but they also partner wherever we can find the funding. And in the past for LiDAR, the NRCS funded a lot of it, and so Department of Agriculture and FEMA to help mitigate the risk for disasters.
And then I have really, almost selfish. There wasn't, for me, was it just me? I didn't open anything under this report. I couldn't find anything to open, was there? And I didn't see it.
I think you could, are those links if you had said links? Yeah,
I did not. Okay, so mine would not let me click on anything. It said approval of Montana Geo or whatever for action. Another public comment, that's all.
Oh.
But I couldn't click on it.
okay, so if you went into the site, to our MSL site, there's all the links are in there, are linked in the MSL site.
But not with you. They are linked with
Not
the agenda.
If you go into the memo,
I don't have. Okay, so what I'm asking is,
okay, so no, it's not linked
yeah,
on the agenda, but if you go onto the Montana State Library site and go to the meeting page, then it has all of the documents. That's where that is.
which goes out to the public.
Well, they can see anything.
Well, okay, I just want to make it easier for us and the public just to get it.
Okay, yeah,
So
that
it
makes.
seems There should be
yeah,
like on the agenda.
I think on the agenda.
There is two different agendas. You have to open it and then open it, right? Okay. Thank you.
I have a kind of a general question.
Go ahead.
Um,
Mr. Carp.
Does the advisory council have any kind of priority mechanism so that every county gets up to speed on the data required for next gen 911 versus something more advanced, which I'm assuming the LiDAR for the water flow kind of is, or is there no such matrix to prioritize applications?
Boarding in progress.
Sure, yeah.
So Carmen, it's within the geospatial information plan where the council has recommended the priorities for the grant program itself. And they include funding for addressing for next generation 911 and geospatial elections, as well as the 3D hydrography. So out of all of the themes and all of the data that we're collecting, those are the priorities. And that's what's communicated to the grant applicants for their awards.
Fabulous. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, any more discussion before I ask for a motion? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the initial Montana Geospatial Act grant awards?
I so move.
I'll second.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded that we accept the initial Montana Geospatial Act grant awards as is. Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we will now vote on the motion, which is to accept the initial Montana Geospatial Act grant awards as is. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Okay, the consent agenda has been approved by a voice vote. Thank you, Erin.
Thanks.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, now we need to decide whether to hold our October business meeting in Miles City. Is there a motion to approve having our October business meeting in Miles City?
Madam Chair, I move the Montana State Library Commission hold its regular October business meeting.
Okay, is there a second?
I second it.
Okay. Okay. It's been properly moved and seconded that we travel to Miles City for our October business meeting. Is there any further discussion?
Why? Why Mouser?
They did invite us. We have been trying to
Mhm.
go to different, for our October meetings, we've been trying to go to new places. It's always good to go to the libraries, and especially since they invited us. I don't know if they specifically invited us or John did.
I think they both did.
They both did,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Is it Sarah?
Sarah Peterson is
Peterson,
the library director there, and there
Yeah.
was some discussion
Oh,
about.
Sarah is there. Oh, she has her hand up.
Yeah.
Hi, Sarah.
I was
Good
just gonna
morning.
add that there was some discussion about holding a federation meeting at that time to make it possible for commissioners to attend the
Oh,
federation.
correct. Right. Okay, and I see Sarah's hand is up. Before I call on you, Sarah, 1 second, is there any further discussion amongst us?
I want to know, do we put out that we are making that available, and if libraries would like to ask us to come and see if there's a choice, they all know that's something they could do.
Maybe in the newsletter.
Maybe
Yeah,
in
we
the
can do that.
newsletter, we could
Yeah.
ask, do you want to, and give us a reason or something so that,
Good idea.
yeah, just to get the word out that we're making.
Now
that
Peggy and I
available.
were discussing that we need to go to Western Montana. We haven't been to
Well,
Western.
that's,
Montana.
yeah, get
Well,
around,
maybe at each of the federations.
great idea.
Madam Chair, I think if
Yes.
we're considering potential language changes to the bylaws, there's a possibility of adding language within the bylaws about a notation and notification schedule to ensure that there is a geographic representation of the commission that's outside of Helena. And I'd be glad to put together proposed language to help guide that process.
Oh, that's a great idea. Does everybody agree to that? I mean, that would be a good.
I think it's important to see the libraries, and
Yes.
we've had some good visits.
We have had to. Yes, when we did the tours of the libraries, when we were on our way to Columbus last year, it was incredible. It was really, really good. So now, Sarah, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Thank
Good
you, Madam
morning.
Chair. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Good morning. I really appreciate this on the agenda today and all of your enthusiasm to come to Miles City. It's not a short trip for any of you. And we're really excited to be able to host any ideas that you might have or for something you'd like to do while you're in the area or things you'd like to see. We're happy to support that. And we're really looking forward to this. And I think having a Federation meeting kind of coincide with this would be fantastic as well. It would be even more of a trip if you went to Ekalaka, but we'd love to be able to invite the library director and trustees to Miles City as well as our other small and very rural libraries. So thank you for considering this, and we really look forward to seeing you.
Well, thank you. Well, you're not close enough to Fort Peck. I was thinking we're over in that side. We could go to the Fort Peck Playhouse, or I'm not sure what they call it, but that would have been fun. But you're not close enough to Fort Peck.
It's only a couple hours, which that's close enough for us.
But yeah, right. Yeah, but they probably aren't open in October.
Not in October.
There is a good cut across gravel road from there.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
maybe we should plan our July or our August meeting there. But no,
He says good. He says good in quotations.
Good in quotations.
That's good. Real good.
Real good.
Four-wheel drive good.
Four-wheel drive. Oh, there you go.
So not state motor pool good.
Non-state motor pool good.
Oh, okay, all right. Is there any further discussion or any public comment? Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded that we do travel to Miles City for our October business meeting. Is seen as there is no further discussion. We'll now vote, which is to travel to Miles City for our October business meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Thank you, Carmen. All opposed say nay. Okay. The October 2026 meeting trip to Miles City has been approved by a voice vote. So we will be traveling to Miles City. Thank you, Sarah.
Do we have to always put a little asterisk, weather permitting?
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Yes, and that's it too. We'll weather permitting.
You never know.
Probably. Yeah.
That is,
This is the truth. We've canceled many a thing in October, but usually not till the end. So hopefully we'll be okay. And thanks all again. This is pretty exciting for us.
Thank you.
We're excited to go too. Okay, so our next business item is to consider whether to hold our April 15th, 2026 business meeting at the Montana Library Association Conference in Great Falls and to host the conference session conversations with the commission. Is there a motion to participate in the Montana Library Association Conference in April?
Madam Chair, I move the Montana State Library Commission hold its regular April meeting in Great Falls in conjunction with the Montana Library Association annual conference and to host conversations with the commission during that conference.
Is there a second?
I second
that.
Okay, we've got 2 seconds, so.
now this is we are going to
Just
have a
second.
discussion
Just a
here.
second. Yeah, it has been properly moved and seconded that we do participate in the Montana Library Association Conference. Is there further discussion? Yes, now, Tammy.
Well, I thought we were gonna have a discussion with the representatives.
That's,
And I would rather we make this motion with that. That's what we're doing, but we're gonna have this discussion with,
right,
these
okay,
people are gonna be here, right?
okay.
I'd rather have the discussion and whatever before we make the decision.
I think they're all on. Everybody's online.
Are they online? Or are they coming here?
Everybody's on.
Online?
We're online.
Okay.
Okay,
All right, I didn't know they were all online.
okay, well,
Yeah.
yeah, I think we can do them, we can have the motion on the table while we do have
Yes.
this discussion, so. It's okay, right? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. All right, so yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, Sean, and who else is here?
Hi,
Can everybody hear me
everybody.
okay?
Yeah.
There, okay.
Yes?
Yes, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. Got worried there for a second.
Good morning. Yes, okay.
I'm happy to take a few minutes and just introduce ourselves and make a quick statement if that's okay, Madam Chair.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me today. As always, we appreciate any opportunity to talk about our work with the commission. And as has been pointed out, I'm here, but I'm also here with all of our executive committee from MLA, and I'll let them introduce themselves very briefly, if they will.
Yeah, I'll start. You know me. Hi, everybody. Sarah Widger, immediate past president of the Montana Library Association. I'm the Public Services Department head at the Bozeman Public Library as well. Happy to see you all.
Good morning, Sarah.
Good
Hi, everyone.
morning.
Mitch Grady.
Hi. Sarah Peterson, you just talked to me, Director of the Miles City Public Library and Secretary Treasurer of MLA.
I'm Mitch Grady at the Livingston Park County Public Library, and I'm Vice President, President-elect at MLA.
And I'm Kurt Vriesman. I'm the Executive Director of MLA.
Morning. Good morning, all of you.
And then right out of the gate, what I wanted to do is just apologize to the commission for not being present at your meeting in December. I know that there were some hard feelings about that. So I wanted to apologize and just be very clear that it was not something that I wanted. That's typically not the way I do business. There was just conflicts with my workplace, and it just didn't work. But my hope is that by my being here today, along with our executive committee, can be a gesture of good faith that we are deeply committed to continuing this partnership. I know you've also raised concerns about our work over the last few meetings, which is why it's important for me to be here so that I can address those concerns very directly and be available to answer any questions you might have. So first to our mission and goals. I won't take time to read them out, but they are readily available on our website. I think they've been discussed in previous meetings. But what I wanted to add to the conversation is that I'm really proud of the work that we're doing this year to put action behind that mission and goals. I think the most visible thing that we are doing this year is a statewide PR and marketing campaign on behalf of Montana's libraries. But alongside that, we're also doing the sort of persistent perennial work of planning a conference, which again this year is in Great Falls in April. And then alongside those two big projects, the bulk of our work plan for this year is doing the quiet work of board governance, the same kinds of things that this commission was doing earlier this morning, reviewing bylaws, updating financial procedures, things like that. It's a lot of work that we're up to this year, but the intent is that we continue to help libraries demonstrate their value to their local communities, continue to strengthen our governance and sustain MLA as an organization, and then our continuing goal to provide professional development opportunities at our conference. I also know that our relationship with ALA has been a kind of a persistent topic over the last year. And I would just thank Sarah and Kirk for attending your meetings over the last year and doing a good job of representing that relationship very well. I think just to restate, we are a chapter of ALA. What that does is basically gives us a seat on their chapter council, gives Montana's libraries a seat at the table for any national conversations that may be happening. But aside from that role, I want to be very clear that MLA is a completely separate, completely independent entity. We have our own legal status as a 501c3 nonprofit. We maintain our own bylaws. We have our own board, our own budgets. We run our own programs, all of which is done without any sort of influence or any sort of influence from the American Library Association. And I mentioned this because I understand there's concern about recent executive orders and the potential loss of federal funding. And we're just as aware of those as the commission is. And I just wanted to add that we've reviewed those executive orders pretty extensively. It's a regular topic of conversation. And I, again, want to be very clear that we don't see that there's any risk to the Montana State Library from partnering with or associating with the Montana Library Association. The health and longevity of the state library's federal funding is crucially important, and we're just as concerned about that as you are. So, and the last thing I just really want to emphasize is that MLA is run almost entirely by volunteers. Aside from Kirk Vriesman, our executive director, and a webmaster that we retain on a very part-time basis, MLA consists of librarians and trustees from every corner of the state who give their time to this organization because they believe in the work that we do. They believe in service to their communities. And that's something that I'm really proud to be a part of. So hopefully that gives you some context. I know there's conversation and questions that you would like answered. So I'm happy to do so and continue to find common ground with this commission.
Do you guys have a agenda and session descriptions for your conference that we can review?
We do very soon. I know that we were just emailing this week about they're getting scheduled right now. So as soon as conference registration opens, I believe the full list of conference sessions, topics, presenters will be available.
I do think it's going to be hard to make a final decision today without knowing what you guys are going to be saying and doing at your conference.
Madam Chair. I disagree. I think we can check the trends from previous conferences and see that the presentations that are made about librarianship, service to communities, service to families, service to schools, and the work that MLA has done consistent with its mission in previous conferences is a good and sufficient indication for us to make a decision on this motion today. I know that my presentations that I've submitted related to library law, related to effective policies in libraries, and matters related to open meetings, public engagement, and outreach within the library community have been accepted. And so that should give a sufficient indication as to the theme of the conference across the divide, not just a geographic or topography across eastern Montana from the mountains to the prairies, as the Montana Library Association slogan goes, but also making sure that librarians are interacting with their community, supporting their communities, supporting the families and businesses in their communities. And if my presentations are any indication, I think we can confidently say that there shouldn't be anything that would be inconsistent with the Montana State Library Commission mission as it's posted on the MSL website.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If it's anything like the MFPE conference from this prior year, I think there could be concern with that as well, which could put our federal funding in jeopardy as well. And I don't want to see that happen to us or to anyone else. Those are my concerns.
I understand that. I'm certainly aware of what came out of that conference and some of the press that's around it. I can tell you that from what I've seen in the preliminary drafts of the conference, there's nothing topically that would fly in the face of any of those EOs. Nothing that gives me concern. And obviously, I think we have a vested interest in getting that information to you as quickly as we possibly can. Because I understand that you have decisions to make as well.
Madam Chair, I have some concerns about this. In philosophy too, I will be voting no on this, but a lot of it's because what McKenna just said. First of all, perception is reality with the public. And it goes from the small to the large. So as you said, with the teacher conference, that affects every teacher in the state of Montana. One bad example that can pulled out and shown affects everybody. So I think there has to be a really careful understanding in this volatile environment of what we're dealing with. I think for me, we are not members of the ALA, and we agreed in this commission after long conversations. We've helped the public understand that we are not the same as the MLA. It's very confusing for the public, and it was deliberately, I think, confusing in the past. We need to clarify that we operate separately, together at times, but separately. And so we have to be careful of muddying the waters. So I think we always have to keep that in mind, plus just respecting that we have dropped our membership from ALA. I'm also concerned about the cost. In order to do our 1 hour roundtable at the conference, which I love, I have no problem with, but we are required to pay for an entrance fee or a membership to that convention. I'm very uncomfortable with that. Some of the commissioners I know have no problem. They're gonna go to workshops, they want to pay it. It comes out of our funding for the state libraries for us. I don't want my money or money coming out of it for me. And I'm not gonna pay for it. And so I'm very uncomfortable with us being charged to present. And so I guess finally, why does it help MLA or us to have the meetings at the same time? There seems to be an assumption that it helps to have them at the same time. Does it help you if we're there? No, I mean, at the same time, our meeting beforehand. I know the round table, some people might find it helpful, I do. But why does it help you to have our meeting along with it?
Well,
I think it's just a matter of efficiency from where I stand. Obviously, we appreciate the conversations with the commission session. And my impression for the many years that I've been involved with the conference and the organization is that it's basically just an efficiency matter, that if you're there for this conversation session, it tracks that you may as well hold your business meeting there as well. But that's ultimately a decision for the commission, not for MLA.
But your members don't come. I mean, some of your members have come to our meeting, but very few.
Sure. Yeah, it's up to their discretion to attend.
Jenny addressed that.
That was the point I was gonna make, Tammy. It's been an opportunity where librarians who are there at the conference have a chance to come and attend the meetings and be a part of the business of the commission to get a better understanding of the work of the commission.
Yeah, that would be a good point.
And one of our goals as a commission is to improve communication with the library community, and that's a good opportunity to allow that.
Yeah, that makes good sense.
Could they get a credit for that? For coming to our meeting? Hey, there you go.
I don't know that would meet our new rubric.
Oh, sorry. They probably not. Yes.
Madam Chair, I move an amendment to delay this decision until the full course offerings are available.
I would second that.
Madam Chair, speaking to the amendment, Sean, is MLA any formal relationship with MFPE? Is MLA a subsidiary of MFPE? Is there any agreement or documentation outlining a relationship with MFPE and the conference?
We are not, again, two separate entities. I don't have any sort of relationship, even in my capacity as the president of the organization with MFPE.
Question?
Yes, Carmen?
I couldn't quite hear. What abbreviation, what organization are we talking about?
The Montana Federation of Public Employees.
Thank you.
But was it E or T?
E.
E. Oh, I thought we. Oh.
Madam Chair, I urge resistance to the proposed amendment. Last time I made a motion to ask for a delay on something until we could collect additional information. I was told that we needed to act efficiently and responsibly and move forward on decisions because of the timing and the importance of people's planning and the work that's been done. This is a similar situation. A delay in this area would either require a special meeting, more expenditure of public resources to reconvene the commission on this question. It would also potentially delay the point where there is no decision, and it would leave MLA and the commission and the members of MLA and the members of this commission as to how that relationship would occur at the conference. And so I think a delay in this situation is ill-advised. I think there is sufficient information for the commission to make a determination that it is willing to accept MLA President Sean Anderson's offer to appear at the conference, work with the association on the common missions of supporting libraries, supporting literacy, supporting families and the businesses around Montana. So in that spirit, I would ask that the amendment be set aside, rejected, and that we endorse the main motion.
Can I ask?
Madam Chair?
Just a second, Carmen. I'm wondering if it's proper for me to continue a discussion with Sean for a second. Is it okay? Sean, could you possibly give us what has been approved? What has been approved so far? Maybe Kirk, whoever can answer, if anybody answer that? Could you tell us a short list or long list, whatever, what has been approved? Because Chris's has been approved already. His classes have been approved. Can you tell us any more that have been approved?
I mean, I think maybe the simpler question is if there are specific concerns about program topics, I'm happy to address those. It's just still being scheduled. It's not, nothing's a secret. I'm happy to share that list with you as soon as possible, but I just want to make sure that we're not confusing things conference-wise and planning-wise by making it public before it is a finished product. Are there specific conference topics that you're concerned about?
Obviously DEI, obviously.
DEI or any words that have been changed to make it sound like it's more politically acceptable, but it's still DEI, we would lose funding. And we
Right.
have to be careful.
So I'm conscious of that. I think all of us are very conscious of that. From I think all of our membership is very conscious of that as well. So I'm not aware of any conference sessions that are on the topic of DEI, even thinking broadly to Commissioner Hall's point that topics that may be interpreted differently, just using different language. I'm not aware of any of those topics. It really is.
Okay, so I remember from what conference was it?
The MFPE conference.
Okay, oh,
That one?
no, the school conference, the Montana Teachers Association.
Yeah, that's MFPE.
Okay,
Yeah.
that was MFP.
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, so I had heard that there was a librarian in the school that was presenting a book list, and she said that these books had been banned and but she still found a way to have them in her library. Are you having anyone with topics concerning banned books? Concerning books that have
Sexually explicit.
Yeah,
Mhm.
sexually explicit, or
Gender unicorn.
there you go.
Yeah. Those were
Not-
issues.
No, not that I'm aware of.
we also had a concern in the past that there was a presentation on trustees working with librarians that was very, very negative about the trustees and how to avoid working with them, et cetera. I think anything that is presented as something to build communication with trustees and libraries and educate both sides is incredibly important. But not by people who are very angry and slanted at their trustees and commissioners. I think there needs to be an awareness in those workshops. Madam Chair, I would like to share very honestly with Sean, one of my concerns. With the CE credits that we're revisiting, I think we have a huge responsibility there. We spent a phenomenal amount of time with the librarians changing the whole direction that the CE credits will be much more to the statutory responsibility that we're supposed to have. And they had gotten so loosey-goosey that there was no way we were meeting that need with the law. And one of the big things we're saying is that there has to be some awareness that you need to get classes ahead of time. They have to be advertised ahead of time. You have to know ahead of time. Obviously, if they're presented by our staff, there's no problem. But if they're presented by outside groups that we do approve and we will approve, they still have to come to the commission with a clear understanding of who the presenter is, what the curriculum will be, how we will judge the outcomes, and how it fits under our list of acceptable topics, which are very objective. They're not subjective topics, loosey-goosey. And we're just trying to set a new standard that people have to be aware of the value of education. And one of those things is to know in advance what you're doing. And I think it's hypocritical for us to expect the librarians to do that, and then we don't do it. And so I think it's hypocritical for us to say, well, we're gonna, approve of joining with, and perception is reality. We are joining with this when we haven't done our due diligence to find out. And I understand how hard it is for conventions, but we're getting awfully close. We can have a meeting by phone, no problem. We do it all the time. And that's why I support the amendment. I think we have a due diligence to understand. And I know Chris can speak for his workshop, and I can too, because they're marvelous. But you can't speak for all of the workshops at this point, and so I think it's important. And I won't say anymore because I used my time.
Chair, I call the question on the amendment.
That's needs help with this one.
So we're asking for the commissioners to vote yes to amend the main motion to delay until the conference schedule.
Okay, so I'm going to ask that the commissioners.
All those in favor of.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor of delaying.
Okay, all those in favor of delaying the decision on the matter until we get the conference schedule, say aye.
Aye.
Nay,
All those opposed, say nay.
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 4 to 3.
So 3, 4.
Yeah, so it fails.
Yeah.
How'd you vote,
They would-
Robin?
they would do it.
Carmen voted nay.
Yeah.
Robin, how'd you vote?
I said nay.
May I add to the discussion, even though we already voted? I think we have conflated two things. One is the attendance of the commission at the conference, and the other one is the CE credit question. And I just wanted to make us aware that we're rolling into one. We have rolled into one motion, really two different topics, and I would like to take them apart. But we have voted on the amendment now. Now we go back to the original motion. I would ask that can we please read that to refresh my mind?
Okay, so the original motion is to participate to hold our April 2026 business meeting at the Montana Library Association Conference in Great Falls and to host the conference session conversations with the commission. Okay, and we had a motion, we had a motion and then we had a second. So now I call for a vote. No,
I think.
What-
Commissioner Tucker would like to speak to.
okay, I'm sorry, okay, go ahead. Carmen.
So what did the amendment to that original motion? Did it delay the vote on the entire original motion now?
No, we said no to that we said no to the amendment.
Okay.
So we're back to.
So we're back to the original motion.
To Carmen's
Okay,
point.
I would like to ask the original first and second on that motion, whether they would be willing to withdraw that motion so that we can discuss what I think are two different issues
Yeah.
with separate motions. One is our participation at the conference and the session conversation with the commissioners. And the other issue is the CE credit question.
Okay, so the CE credit was not involved, was not in the motion.
Okay.
So
We
would-
just ended up discussing that, but actually the motion is, do we attend? Okay, I get it.
Yes.
Thank you. Now I'm clear.
Okay,
Clarification, the CE motion was involving whether or not we see the agenda in advance
Okay.
before we give
So-
agreement.
Can I
Okay,
ask a
I
clarifying
see,
question?
great.
That's what I brought it up for, because I want to see that agenda before I vote. But there are two separate issues, and I
Can I-
do think they're uncomfortable
And I just
together.
want to clarify that I understand what you mean. Your concern is that CE would be offered for conference sessions without you seeing them.
No, because that doesn't go into effect until June.
Right.
Mine's a
Right.
philosophical that I will not approve us being linked in the perception of the public and technically linked with something we don't know what it's going to be. And I think that in this day and age is not good stewardship of what we're approving. I do believe there's two different motions, and they are, shall we hold our meeting there? And shall we have the round table? And do we have to pay to go to that? And those are two separate motions, and I would be very comfortable separating them. And so I would move that we amend the motion so it deals only with our holding the meeting the day before in Great Falls.
Madam Chair, I would accept that friendly amendment. We can have two votes.
Okay.
Who seconded the original motion?
Peggy, you did?
Yes.
It was Peggy.
So, yeah, I'll withdraw the original motion and move to have the Montana State Library Commission hold its April meeting in conjunction with and at the location of the Montana Library Association Conference in Great Falls.
Okay.
That's a new motion. We give a new second.
That's the new motion.
Okay.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay, so it has been properly moved and seconded that we consider holding our April 2026 business meeting at the Montana Library Association Conference in Great Falls. Is there any discussion?
I asked Jenny yesterday, how many of our staff do we send to that? We don't pay for librarians around the state though, but we do pay for some staff. How many do we pay for?
On average between 12 and 15.
And are they presenters or how do we choose?
Almost always presenters, or they're leading meetings, participating in division meetings, manning our booth.
I do have a federal funding question. We receive federal funding. Do we give some of that federal funding to local libraries?
We do not give federal funds
Okay.
directly to libraries, no.
We do state.
Just
Okay.
state funding, exactly.
Okay, so can I call the question? All right. So All those in favor of holding our April 15th, 2026 business meeting at the MLA conference in Great Falls, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say nay.
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 So the decision to hold our April 15th, 2026 business meeting at the Montana Library Association Conference in Great Falls has been rejected by a voice vote.
Madam Chair, I move that the Montana State Library Commission attend the Montana Library Association conference to participate in a session entitled Conversations with the Commission. And it is part of the conference. And whether that be the entire commission or designated representatives named by the commission, so to represent the commission.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded that we, the commission, participate in the conversations with the commission with either the whole commission or members that have been that will represent the commission at the MLA conference in Great Falls for conversations with the commission. Does that make sense? Did I repeat too many things there? Okay. It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I would just like to say, as with my education background of going to continuing ed and conferences, going to a conference is the ideal way to connect with your fellow colleagues, to learn from them, to make a network connection. And I think it's our chance to be with the librarians. So I think it's a worthwhile conference to attend.
And I agree there. I would hate to see our association with MLA. Yes, we've had our disagreements in the past, and obviously they are trying to make sure that we don't have any more disagreements, that they're trying to, you know, I mean, we can't say, hey, you need to do this and this and this, but they're trying to work with us. Previously as an educator, I learned so much going to conferences, and I would hate to have our librarians have to not have an association that they can go and visit with other librarians to learn, you know, new practices, AI, I mean, Chris's information. I would hate to have our librarians lose that association.
I'm sure a question for either Kirk or Sean. Does each commissioner have to pay a registration fee, or is that process under review? I know last time I think I had mentioned that there was a question whether there was a possibility of just having one fee for the entire commission. Is that something that the MLA board has discussed?
It is. Thank you. I was just about to add that to the conversation. We did talk about it as a board, and it does have quite a bit of precedence to allow any presenter to register for just that single day if they choose not to attend the entirety of the conference. In those situations, it's typically folks that are coming in from out of state, keynote speakers, things like that. We will allow those presenters, even if there are multiple presenters in a session, to register as a single entity for a single day non-member. And so that is something that we're happy to extend to the commission. Listening back to the last meeting, I know that there were some concerns that Commissioner Hall shared. And we want to be accommodating of those concerns as much as we possibly can be. So we are happy to extend a singular registration, non-member rate for the commission as a whole, and bypass any individual registrations.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Just a 1 second. We'll follow up with Chris and then Carmen.
I'm not sure how many other members of the commission are members of MLA, but I am a member of MLA. I do speak at the MLA conference on issues related to library law and policy. So I will be in attendance. I pay that registration fee personally, myself is in order to attend. And so I will be there and would be glad to accompany any of you in a conversation with the commission session. And they'll lead a delegation if not everyone can attend. And so that portion of my motion stands as a personal testament to my willingness to participate with any or all of you.
And I will go also, I'll be there also. I only live 70 miles from there, so I'll be going. I will be going on the day. Carmen.
Yeah, I would hate to lose the opportunity for the commission to interact with librarians, and this conference is a great opportunity to catch a whole bunch of them together in one place at one time. So I think we should maintain the ability to have some conversation with the commission of some sort, but I think we need to be very careful since this should be considered commission business if we officially do it as a commission with a quorum in some form, that this be recorded and open to the public, because we are required to conduct all our business in front of the public in an open meeting setting. So I would be willing to participate on Zoom. I would be willing to participate as long as this follows open meeting law, this conversation with the commission. And I would love to have it be a Q&A format so that the commission can directly hear librarians' concerns about the state library work. I think that would be the appropriate kind of topic. I don't actually think it's appropriate for the commission in its official capacity to pay any kind of attendance fee if we're there at the request of the MLA. That just does not seem right. In order to save money, we could have this conversation virtually. Like I said, I will probably be on Zoom for something like that. So we could consider that to also save money. I understand that in their private capacity, any of us can, of course, attend any conference and pay any kind of fee. But as the official State Library Commission, I don't think it's appropriate that we pay when we're asked to be there. That just strikes me as wrong. So I would love to retain the ability to have this conversation, but only if it can follow open meeting law.
Madam Chair.
State librarian.
1 second.
Would we then, the commission post that meeting as a work session? It would just be open to the public for the public to watch, similar to any other committee meeting or work session.
Yeah.
And we always record work sessions.
And it would only be a work session because we're obviously not going to vote on anything.
Okay, yes. I'm not sure who wanted to speak next.
I think what I wanted to add to the conversation, sorry, I'm trying to think back. What were the concerns, Commissioner Cuthbertson?
That it follow open meeting law, that the public can witness this if we have a quorum of commissioners there.
So maybe Chris or the state librarian may be better equipped to answer the details on this, but historically we have not done any sort of virtual programming at our conference. We don't have a precedent for publicly hosting conference session. And my understanding of open meetings is that a meeting where no business is being conducted needs to be properly noticed. But if there's not action being taken, if there's not votes being taken by the commission, those are not required to be publicly open to the general public. I also am hesitant to do that because I think one of the things that this commission has expressed that I certainly agree with is that those are opportunities to have earnest and frank conversations with one another in a safe place. And I worry about that being at risk if it is widely open to the public. These are all conversations that we had as a board, and so we're not really open to hosting it publicly, but we would love to continue this conference session. I think it has been valuable in years past, and we see a lot of value in it going forward.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm really torn on this. I'm having a hard time. I love this part of our job. I loved our time with the librarians when they openly shared with us their concerns and we talked openly with them. It was wonderful. I'm just having a hard time with us being invited and then having to pay a fee to be there. And then also, if you choose as a librarian to go, you can go as just a public person, but if you're there as a commissioner, then the commission, we need to pay for your hotel, we need to pay for meals. So what does this look like? What does the expenses look like?
Well,
If we decide to go for this group and there is a fee, then the library, so you pay for it, it's paid through the Montana Library.
Madam Chair, can I clarify something briefly?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just to be very clear, the commission submitted a proposal to offer this as a conference program. We certainly love and appreciate your presence there, but it's not entirely accurate to say that we invited you. This is a proposal that you and the commission submitted that was accepted by our review committee.
And when was that?
I submitted that in the fall.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
it's
you.
been a while.
Thank you. That, I appreciate that.
Of course, anytime. Yeah.
You know, I'm reminding myself of the open meeting law training through the MSU extension. And even my local library board, we are told, you know, if you're attending a barbecue and there happens to be a quorum of you there, you need to be very careful, not because you're going to vote and conduct business, but because you could be seen as possibly hashing something out in private, blah, blah, blah. So the perception that the public has access to what you do in your official capacity is extremely important. And I am not going to expose myself to possible accusations of doing something out of the public eye in my official capacity. If I go as a private individual, that's completely different. If a librarian calls me personally to discuss something, that's completely different. But anything we do as a group in our official capacity with the potential for a quorum should not be done out of the public eye. And yes, maybe legally we could get by with just noticing it, but I am not comfortable with that. All the board training I've had tells me strenuously to avoid such a situation. And I'm trying to think of what it would be that I would want to discuss in my official capacity where I would not want the public to listen in or hear or see what I'm doing. That's nothing I ever want to do. I do not want to be involved in this. If it's not open to the public, I will excuse myself from being there in that case.
Chris.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thanks. I guess this is just a request to Sean Kirk and the MLA governance is to have this session publicly open for community members who want to participate and watch online. In my almost, it's fair to say, there's 20 years working with local governments and school districts and now libraries. The open meeting law and the constitutional rights of citizens to watch their government in action, participate in the operations of their government is paramount. And as librarians, especially, we operate with transparency in how public resources are expended and how we respond to patron needs. So the opportunity for people to watch that interplay between librarians and library leaders and the library commission is important. So I'd urge you as the maker of this motion to work with the commission, not just on the structure of the format of the conversations with the commission, but being able to have people attend that and observe that session so they can see exactly how their government is working in their interest. I understand the concern of having people kind of come in off the street and sneak in and watch other sessions, and if you need security, I'm ready to put on a vest, orange vest that says security, and help manage the crowd. But it's important for this commission and me personally to uphold the constitutional responsibilities of having the government operate in response to citizens' needs. So I just ask that you work with us. I'm happy to serve as a representative of the commission as part of those discussions to make sure that the work session will be hosted appropriately and handled in accordance with the law.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Carmen.
I'm just brainstorming maybe a solution to that. If we could hold the conversation with the commission somehow outside of that convention area, so it's convenient for the people that are at the convention to attend that session, but it doesn't mean that the general public can walk into the entire convention area and then do whatever and participate in the rest of the convention. Just in order to make this one session available to the public. I wonder if there's some other space available that would be easy for conference attendees to get to, but would still keep us observing open meeting law and make it easy to still distinguish between attendees of the convention and people who are not. Or would it be sufficient, and this might be for, it might be a legal question, is it sufficient to just offer it on Zoom and not in person for the general public to be able to be there and watch what we're doing?
Well, Sean, are you concerned about people walking in from the general public, or are you just concerned about the librarians feeling safe to say what they feel like saying? Is that
Madam Chair, I suppose it's more the latter. Obviously we want to make sure people feel comfortable having honest conversations with each other. I think the broader concern that we've discussed as an organization is that there's not a precedent for bringing the general public into these sessions, especially in including these conversations with the commission. In years past, I believe there's been notes in the notice that makes it clear that there is no business being conducted by the commission during this meeting. That's why the board meeting is also held that same day at the same conference. So there is public access to the commission and the commission's business. But we are very wary of opening up our professional conference to the general public. It's not something that we are terribly interested in, but it's ultimately up to the commission to make the decision about whether or not you want to participate in the conference.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Carmen?
Sean, what would you think if the conversation with the commission was offered off location, just timed correctly to coincide with the conference, so that the state library could tap into all those people being there and meet with them, but we wouldn't actually be officially part of the conference in any way, and the state library would host this and be responsible for it and have it online and publicize it and record it and have it available like any other commission happening, posted on YouTube afterwards, and it would be the commission doing it, not the MLA.
That Dairy Queen across from the page is still.
Yeah, there is a Dairy Queen, but there's also the what's the name of that? It's a little sports bar. On the corner there. It used to be Elmer's years ago.
That's what I heard.
P.
It's not Elmer's.
Gibson's.
Yeah, there you go.
But I am thinking it, in a way, there's a precedent for this because that the MLA, they visit the local library for a reception. So they go to the local library and all the librarians do, and they visit, they talk, and it's a wonderful thing to be at. And a chance to talk to all the librarians, and so there's already a situation where there's a reception going on that everybody attends.
Good thinking. Go ahead, Jenny.
I just wanted to say a couple of things. It's MLA's decision on how you wish to operate your conference, and I fully understand and respect that. I would want to reinforce Commissioner Goss's request to think about offering this one session via Zoom. I think the point that this is a public body found in statute holding a meeting that, as has been pointed out, is a public meeting. We do properly notice the conversations with commission. Always, we haven't taken that step to make it public. I think that's something that we should consider, and it does set that session apart from the other sessions because of the statutory requirements of open meeting laws. And so I would too respectively ask that that be considered. If in your decision you do feel it's appropriate to limit attendance to just those that are in attendance at the conference, we could potentially look for options to hold the event at the public library, for example, or the college library there, which would potentially make it convenient for anybody who is attending the conference to attend in person if they wanted to, and then also have a Zoom option. In terms of the setup, if Zoom were made available through the conference, we would be happy to bring the technology to help facilitate that.
I mean, I Madam Chair, sorry. I think, I mean, I obviously understand the position that the commission's in, and I very much understand the importance of transparency and your work as a public body. We can certainly take it under consideration. I would just want to be upfront with you that when we've had these conversations, we have also been full-throated in the importance of this being a conference for our professional librarians. There is some hesitation about opening up more broadly. I do think that Commissioner Cuthbertson's idea is an interesting one. And I think what may be a decent middle ground is to offer a separate supplemental public session conversations with the commission that is offsite, that is open to the public, to allow that access. So again, I think we can definitely take it under consideration. We're willing to do that. But just for expectation setting, we've generally said no when we've had this conversation in recent weeks. But we're happy to find some alternative, some compromise, and take it under consideration.
And I'm still kind of, do you have any opinion on either way? I'm respecting your opinion here.
Madam Chair and Commissioner, it seems like the association values the candidness with which its members can ask the commission questions without being in the public eye.
Yeah.
That seems like the nub of the problem, if my analysis is correct. As to what the chair has just said, I don't see a second session having any cachet. It would be second fiddle. It'd be a non-event. So I appreciate the attempt at finding a way to square the circle, but just thinking about how it would act out in real life, it would be a dud.
So what you're assuming is that if it is in the public eye, then we wouldn't have attendance. Is that what you're saying? Or
The second meeting, the separate
Right.
meeting.
Some kind of offsite.
Right.
And it would be
separate
expensive.
event.
And it would be our responsibility. Good point.
yes, we can.
An option two is if we did want to hold it offsite, you could have the librarians potentially send you questions. That way it is anonymous and they're still willing to ask the questions of the commission. That's just something I thought.
Follow up to that. So if the questions were written, even in our traditional setting where there are librarians and commissioners, if the questions were written, those questions could be anonymously answered and protect the concerns of librarians. Maybe having something kind of sharp to say.
They could write us anytime.
I guess, my issue is I enjoy going to these because we meet librarians that we would never see anywhere else. I mean, because we don't get to all the Federation meetings. We may see them on Zoom when they're in Ecolab, but wherever, but here I've had librarians come up and say, I'm so-and-so from such and such library, and who I would never met previously. So I'm in the conundrum. I don't really.
Madam Chair, I think what I would add, or just in the spirit of keeping things moving, like I said, we're willing to take it under consideration. Is there a deadline where you would want to know for certain what we're willing and not willing to do for that session? When do you need an answer by?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Carmen, go ahead.
as a reminder, could you please read the motion currently on the table?
Well, the motion is to host the conference session, conversations with commission at the MLA conference in Great Falls on April 15th, 2026.
I don't think that's correct. Didn't we vote? Did not.
Madam Chair,
No, well, not the meeting, but host the conference session.
But it wouldn't be on the 15th,
Yeah.
because that's
The
Wednesday.
session be
Oh, the session would be the 16th. Okay. Sorry.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
um,
Yeah.
looking at that motion currently on the table, without assurance that we can follow open meeting law, I would have to vote no.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
with respect, the question of following open meeting law is not at issue. For a meeting where no business is taking place, it just has to be publicly noticed. It does not have to be open to the public. I understand the appearance that the Commissioner Cuthbertson is bringing up, but I just wanted to make that clear before you start making decisions on the motion.
Yeah, but with respect, that's not the case. The meeting would have to be open to the public. If it's a commission work session, citizens of the state or anywhere else in the world would be able to attend in person and watch and provided video or teleconference. And so that
Okay, so
it would
did
be
you
posted
hear?
and it would be open.
Sean, can you hear him?
Yeah, I can. That hasn't been my reading, but I trust Chris, sorry, quite a lot. I think he certainly knows and has interpreted the law more than I have.
McKenna.
Since there's disagreement on this, would this be best if we asked legal this question to attorney? That way we are covered under that. Anyway, whether we go or it's open or not open, then we just ask legal. I think that might be the best course of action since we're having disagreements on it.
The way I'm feeling about where the votes are going, we have two choices here. We can defeat it. We will maybe defeat this motion or table it until we have information on the open meeting law. I would like to express that this was tremendously helpful to me. And I think to the librarians. I know maybe some people are missing that, but even the year we were boycotted, one lady came in and sat and I said, you might get in trouble for this because she was new. It was her second year. She said, oh, I'm here. I think I'll stay. And afterwards she said to me, I can't believe I almost missed this. This was so eye-opening because we still had a session. And I keep going back to that. We may have only had 4 or 5 people, but the ones there all expressed to me that it was very helpful to them. So if, I still, at some point in the future, think this is a productive situation. If we can work out but we have to work out the open meeting presentation because we are a quorum there.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Tom.
I might have to retract my idea on anonymous questions because that's not allowed in any other committee hearing. People have to identify themselves
Oh, sure.
if
Yeah,
they
they
attend
do.
the meetings.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
Yes.
One more point here. I always have had this question on representing and advising clients and local government. The open meeting law really just chills discourse and it prevents us from having a frank conversation. And that's frustrating. It's always frustrating here because that's not the case. You should be able to say anything out in the open, either as an elected official or as a citizen that you are comfortable other people hearing. And that's how government works. And that's why we always have concerns when government bodies or elected or appointed officials don't do things out in the open. And frustrating because we don't know how they're making decisions to make decisions on our behalf or expend public resources. And so it's paramount that the open meeting law does not change the nature of the discussion. And that's why it's so important for us to be the models for compliance with government transparency, be the models for compliance with the open meeting law. Not just noticing meetings, but having them in a public way and then taking public comment in an open and transparent fashion. And so that's something I hold dear because as a citizen and as a taxpayer, I want my local governments and my state government and the federal government to operate out in the open. There's no secrets. And so holding a dialogue between members of the Montana Library Association or the attendees of the Montana Library Association annual conference and the State Library Commission would be a conversation that would be just as frank. It's broadcast on C-SPAN or it's held over breakfast. It should always be open and frank because people telling their government what they think is every Montanan's natural. And so we have to be able to lean into that and make it function, especially as information professional.
Madam Chair, I would just want to make very clear that I agree very much with Commissioner Goss's description of the importance of transparency in the work of government. Our resistance to hosting it publicly is in no way in resistance to transparency or resistance to the meeting being open. It's simply a matter of there not being a precedent for it at this conference, and that's something that MLA needs to discuss and resolve. But it's not because we disagree with the importance of transparency or openness in government. And we really would regret not having the commission's presence at our conference. I agree with Commissioner Hall that it is an extremely valuable session and a great opportunity for both the commission and MLA's membership.
In the interest of time,
Yes.
may I suggest that we, this is out of order for me. I very much apologize because I'm not on the commission, but an amendment to the motion that if the conversations with commission can be held in compliance with open meeting laws to your satisfaction, we move forward. And then MLA can report back to us on whether or not as a separate organization, they're able to offer that opportunity to us, and if they're not, then we would find another opportunity for the commission and librarians to engage.
I'm sure, I think if a commissioner asked for that friendly amendment, I would be willing to accept it. Matter, someone else on the commission saying.
I would like to amend that proposal with needs to comply with the open meeting laws for our satisfaction.
I would accept that.
So
Carmen, did you hear that? And is that satisfactory?
Yes, thank you.
Any more discussion?
okay, is there any further discussion? I'm exhausted.
I want to clarify, we're voting that if we can meet the open meeting law, we will still, as a commission, have a roundtable at the session.
Madam Chair.
Is that what we're
There's
voting
an
on?
amendment, but
Yes.
it's kind of hybridized with the main amendment, main motion.
Yeah,
The statement of the amendment is not clearly its own domain.
So we're gonna have to go back and reject the amendment. And then ask for a new amendment.
What's the statement of the amendment?
So
Do you have that, Tracy?
The main motion is to host the April 16th conversations with commissioners of the MLA conference. The amendment would be to add if the session is able to comply with the open meeting law.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, I think we're ready to vote on the amendment.
That's good.
Okay, so that's the, okay. Okay, so we are now voting on,
the amendment. Adding
yes,
them.
on the amendment,
I second.
right, okay, so. So we are voting to say, we will meet. We will have the conversation with the commissioners at the MLA conference in Great Falls. If we're able to meet the open meeting laws that are in place. Correct?
That's the main amendment. That's the main motion as
We're just-
amended.
We're just adding just meeting we want to meet the open meeting.
So that's what we're voting on first, just the open.
So you're voting on the amendments, you're asking if people are in favor of adding if the
Okay.
session
Okay.
is able to comply with.
Okay.
the open law.
Is the commission willing to meet no,
To add the language.
okay,
Yes.
is the commission willing to add the language? Say
Yes.
aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Aye. Yay, thank you.
So
That
now
was
we
tough for me. That was very
Now
difficult.
we vote on the whole thing.
Okay, now. Our next, do I have do I ask for another motion? We have a motion on the table.
Amended.
Okay, we have an amended motion to host the conference session conversations with the commission at the MLA conference in Great Falls if it meets with the open meeting laws. Correct? If it complies with the open meeting laws.
I have a question that is financial. Will we be holding our own meeting at that time in Helena,
Yes,
On the 15th or will it be
the day before?
the 15th is when it's currently scheduled,
Cited here.
cited here.
And we'll have it here.
Yes.
So if we are going to agree to do this, we are going to need to pay for commissioners to drive to Helena and to stay overnight. for this. Unless it's at such a time that most of us can drive there and get home, right? I mean, we've added an extra expense. I'm just saying,
Maybe you could.
because we're not holding them together, which we decide not to. So I'm just kind of smacking myself in the neck here.
Or we just continue to have it online for commissioners that can't make it, just like Carmen's.
Yes,
online.
like Carmen
Yeah.
said, we could have it online.
Yeah, so that would negate the expense.
Good point.
Should we just have a Zoom meeting? We can do that, correct? So. So should we
Let's
decide
vote
that
first.
later?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll vote.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
That's what I was gonna say.
What was that?
what?
Melissa.
I would I was gonna recommend that you hold the commission meeting virtually to save the dollars.
Right, okay, so you're gonna say.
So if we save, if we do the commission meeting in Zoom, then this could be in person. That makes sense. Okay.
Okay, so. Now.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Carmen? Yes, go ahead.
one more question. All our commission work sessions and meetings have always included the Zoom option. I don't know that that's necessarily due to open meeting law. I just want to remind everyone that usually everything we've done has had a Zoom option.
Right, but when we decide to have a whole Zoom meeting. We usually decide on that.
Yes.
And we did.
We have done that.
Right.
During COVID.
We did.
Okay, so now back to the motion and the
motion as amended.
The main motion as amended, which is to hold our conference session, conversations with the commission at the Montana Library Association Conference in Great Falls, if it complies with the open meeting laws. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, so the decision to participate in the conversations with the commission at the MLA conference in Great Falls, if it complies with the open meeting laws, has been approved by a voice vote. And I did not say nay, Tracy. Mine was an aye vote. Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. Thank you, MLA members. We appreciate the discussion and we will
Get back to us.
get back with what we can do.
Yeah, if
maybe
you would get back
do-
to me
Yeah, get
as soon
Jenny.
as a decision's made, then I'll communicate that back to the commission.
And who will be in charge of the logistics of where we will meet? Will that be you then? Okay, so then, yeah, so if that works with you, with the MLA board or, then Jenny will figure that all out.
Yep, and Madam Chair, we will obviously prioritize this conversation and get back to you as quickly as possible with more information. So thank you again for the time. Very much appreciate it.
Madam Chair,
Yes. Go ahead.
one more item that occurred to me while we were having this discussion. Since I'm on the certification committee and we're making changes there, I know we're going to attempt to put together a continuously evolving course catalog, and a lot of that material will be online. I'm wondering if the MLA would like to partner in that endeavor and in the future, maybe record some of their conference sessions that are particularly wonderful and offer after the fact, after the conference is over, submit them to the state library for addition to our online catalog of courses. I could envision some of these conference sessions being evergreen or being great resources for any librarian to have access to after the fact. I understand that that's difficult if you have, paid content that you are protecting, but just as a thought for the future, there might be some great material there that the state library could add to their catalog in the future. Thank you.
Good idea. Thank you, Carmen. Hey, Chris.
This is just our second meeting. Is there a standing agenda item for MLA report or MLA discussion that we could benefit from every few meetings? I don't think of that. Is that something that MLA would be interested in providing?
What's the question? Sorry, I couldn't quite hear.
Would MLA be open to a regular agenda item, MLA update to the commission?
We've talked about that a bit as well. I think the issue historically has just been logistics. I know that both Sarah and Kirk have said that it is a big commitment for them to take time away from their regular responsibilities to come to Helena. That's certainly the case for me, as we saw in December. I think what I would say is that we're certainly open to having some sort of regular presence. A written report may be the easiest, most efficient option, or a very irregular or more irregular presence in person. The issue is just logistical, but we are open to ongoing communication and cooperation with the commission.
I personally would rather leave it the way it is and allow, Sean and Jenny, if there's an issue, if there's something they would like us to discuss, put it on the agenda and bring it, rather than something that kind of feels like a force. You have to come up with something. I think it's working well the way it is with Jenny and.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yeah, oh, yes. Let's take a quick little break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. So at 10:55, we will be back. We're running a little behind time. I like this. Sorry, we're a little late. We have changed our agenda around because we have an informational presentation on the vision for the use of artificial intelligence in the in Montana state government. And we would like to welcome Chris and, oh my goodness, your last name.
Tarabocha.
Tarabocha. Chris Tarabocha.
A soft CH, not the hard CH.
Okay.
Unless you go, unless you go to Europe, then they'll say Tarabocha. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But
So
born and
Chris-
raised in Seattle, outside of Seattle.
And what nationality?
It's Croatian.
Croatian.
Yeah.
I am Croatian. Yes. I am half. That's, oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm half Croatian.
Dragos was my maiden name.
Oh, yeah.
Except it was Dragos, but we.
Oh, yeah.
The modern.
Yep. I know exactly.
Right,
Yeah. I'm sure there's somebody within my family that has the same last name.
In your family that
Yeah.
has my last
What,
name?
Dragos?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen that around. There's somebody with the Dragos last name.
Oh.
I think they might be from actually Macedonia.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting,
Yeah.
interesting. Well, yeah, I'll visit with you. At
Yeah,
some
yeah,
point about
absolutely.
this. This is interesting.
I love this. I
Yeah,
love
me
like
too.
lineage. Oh, yeah.
Yes, me too. Okay, he is the Montana State Chief AI Officer. Welcome. Thank you for coming to visit with
Thank
us.
you for coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
And thank you for being here in person, not a hologram.
Oh,
I think you are. They say, look at the eyes.
Yeah, look at the eye, look at the fingers, so that don't have too many fingers. No, I appreciate you guys inviting me. Honestly, like, nowadays with technology, just getting in front of folks is actually like, as we were talking, I teach at the university, and just getting the students in front and people and just having conversations in the room is feels like it's a lost art a little bit, and having a meeting, it's like everybody's on Zoom and Teams, and it's like, are we really engaged? And so I appreciate the opportunity to just sit down for a couple of minutes.
I appreciate you being here.
I miss you. Little school, yeah, I know, it's always fun. It's like, which side of the fence are you on? But no, I'm a big fan. So, before I get started, yeah, so my background, we were just talking earlier, I have an interesting background, degree in education, undergrad, and really a master's degree in education. I got a few years later. So yes, I like teaching. I like sport coaching. Did a lot of sport coaching in the Bozeman area. Ran a bunch of tournaments, and really big on just youth, and using sports as a way for youth to do something more healthy and better for their lives. And then obviously this high tech world. So I always said, if you can figure out how I came about with high tech education, sport coaching, teaching, I somewhere sit in the middle of all that, and it's enjoyable. But before this, I came from Xbox. I was in the group that were responsible for compliance and privacy and trust for all 35 million users of the platform. I worked at Oracle, did Oracle a couple times, also worked at Right Now Technologies, Workiva and FICO. And so kind of hit the Fortune 500 type high-tech companies. Been in Montana about 21 years now. Raised all of our kids here, and I became a father literally at the end of the year. So yeah, it's so exciting. And they're fortunately able to live. Most of our kids are still here. One's in Arizona. So yeah, we're not building one. My wife, just full disclosure, she's also a full professor at MSU as well, and in the College of Education in kinesiology. So that kind of space, yeah. So we're around here. We're not going anywhere. So I just prepared a little bit of content, just kind of walk through, and obviously we can have all kinds of conversations. But when I really think about AI and enablement, and when we start talking about libraries' role in AI and citizens and people and enablement, really, and you'll see I really think there's a lot there to kind of unpack. So. Who has the slides?
We're running it from, just say next slide, everybody. Next slide.
What was next slide, please. All right. One too many. Okay, so why are we talking now? So when you think about it, most people don't realize AI is actually kind of everywhere already. I mean, it's already on your phone. Those people that say, "Hey, I don't need to use AI," are actually already using it. If you search anything on the internet, you're using AI. If you're seeing content, you're seeing social media content, it's more proliferated more than it even was last week. I think, and again, talking with Jeannie, we talked a little bit about, I think libraries, I grew up in middle school in the library when the Challenger blew up. We were all in the library, right? They had the only TV that had outside cable access to actually watch the news. And so for me, like when you think about the roles of the library, we think about knowledge transfer, seeking truth, all those kind of things. Like I really think libraries actually uniquely positioned to help with that face-to-face enablement across the state. Libraries are everywhere. People use it for all kinds of things. We took our kids in the library when we needed a place to go that was not in the snow and give them something to go do, right? And so what I would say, and I don't know if most people realize, and we'll talk about it a little bit here today, is I think libraries, I'll use the word librarian. I don't know if that's the right term to say, like when you think about modern availability, but they're really uniquely and well positioned for enabling AI across society. When you think about knowledge transfer, seeking truth, research, all those kind of things that they're well positioned for, it fits well with AI, and it fits well with helping people with AI. Next. So I'm going to talk a little bit about personal productivity. And if you guys are, this is more of like an FYI, if you think about where your journey is with using AI, I always start that kind of personal productivity. What are you using for it today? Here again, there's the good and bad, right? One of the use cases I would say is I like making gingerbread men at Christmas, and one batch is not enough, and two is too many for the mixer. So I'd like to make it 1.5. Well, what's 1.5 of 3/4 of a cup, right? If you can get that off the top of your head, it's
half and an eighth.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how I do it.
But as you increase the recipe, right, you don't need as much flour, right? You need a little more flour, right? So as you think about that, one of the things I challenge folks over holidays was like take your favorite recipes and put it into AI and have it recalculate, from cups to weight. Obviously modern, a lot more folks are using weight for baking because it's more accurate, right? So things like that where you can use it for a variety of those things that are very narrowly focused that help you, rewrite that email, understand this document a little better, explain string theory to me like I'm a 7th grader, which works really, really well. And when you think about that, I call it personal productivity. So at the state, we have 2 personal productivity tools that are already approved. One is Microsoft Copilot, and we already have licenses for that. The other one is Perplexity. You may have heard of that as well. Very similar to ChatGPT and that kind of thing. Those are already available. They're already approved for even level 2 data. And if you need licenses, you can put a request in and they can do that. So, and we're including training that goes along with that as well. So there's signing off that they understand, what they're doing with AI, but as well as what we're starting the coffee talks. So a lot of that is just really how to use it day to day. As you think about the use cases that we can accomplish, when you think about AI literacy, we have to raise kind of AI literacy so we can think about the other things that we can actually we can consider solving. Like today, I wrote an entire RFP, 25 pages long for, Fish and Wildlife, right? And it took like 15 minutes to write it. And it's a pretty good starting point. I mean, it took a bunch of data in and all that kind of stuff. And so we're able to get much further faster with RFPs are not fun to write, right? And I know what I need it to look like. I can get a pretty good RFP that has 90% of the information. Now I can just spend the time reviewing it and reading it and really intaking what we have here, and rather than trying to generate the whole thing from scratch. So how do we ensure access to everyone? With this AI literacy, not just the state, but you think about the agencies as well as citizens. Next. So what is these? Oh, go ahead.
How many hours would a 25-page document save? And how many hours could you save to get to that?
Oh, easy for 40 hours. That's a week's worth of work, easy. One of the other things we're looking at doing, or we're doing a concept, we're looking at, so, we do ballots. So there's a bunch of data that comes out of the ballot system. It goes to the data that goes in the ballots. And one of the estimations right now, they go through 5 iterations of just reviewing those to make sure they're actually correct. Like they have the right data. It's not missing information. But we're estimating that takes about 2,000 hours during a very small window. So I'm working with the Secretary of State around that to say, hey, we can probably leverage AI, probably a little bit less AI, probably a little bit more code generation that said, hey, take what you have and what you know, compare these documents, which are PDFs, and say, even at the first swipe of it, when they get them back from the vendor, they're always 100% wrong. There's a typo, present without the R. There's always, they're manually done. And so we can just even increase those first, 4 of the 5 iterations and say, hey, we'll just run a report. Go make those edits. Then you say that human interaction for that last mile that says, hey, we're still gonna have human review, but like you're not having to review it 5 times. Now quality will go up, accuracy, speed will go up. So our goal is to say, hey, can we actually review these documents and have them 100% correct before the human actually reviews it? And we're looking at 2,000 hours and trying to make sure we have 100% accuracy. So I think those are great simple use cases. So what we're doing for the current, and I'll call them initiatives. So right now I have an AI RFP and procurement strategy that's going to work well for the state as well as universities. And so it's an open RFP for those personal productivity tools, role-based productivity tools, and consultative activities. Not with big enterprise project. We're just talking baseline things so that we can look at additional tools across the state that help with that personal productivity. There's a Montana AI Sandbox. We're starting on that as well. So and we're actually working. I'm on the task force with AI task force with the universities, whereas we're talking about procurement. So we're highly engaged with the universities as well. But right now, their strategy is using AWS, Amazon services for their sandbox. Obviously, MSU has quantum computing and they have their own infrastructure. And we're also looking at other things. So what's an AI sandbox? When you think about models, right? We just talked about these models and all these kind of things. At the end of the day, it's about data. How do we protect our data? So most people don't know. I like to do the analogy. If you take your phone and you look at your apps and you look at what data they take from you, they look at your contacts, they look at your phone history, they actually take a lot of data from you. What we want to do is at the end of the day, when you go use services like ChatGPT, they can learn from what you're doing, right? You can uncheck it and that kind of thing. But what we're going to do is we're going to create a safe space. So when we think about the ballot proofing one, this is a great example, is how can we make sure that our data stays, that our intellectual property stays within the state. And so the whole notion is bring the models to us. So they're just they're prediction algorithm. Rather than going out and using those services, how do we bring them in locally? If you guys are familiar with the thing called Snowflake, I don't know if you've heard that. It's a data repository for doing data analysis, right? The models are there local. So it's all about data and security. So what we want to do is make sure data stays here, the models stay here, and the security stays here, right? So when we talk about highly sensitive PII, protected kind of data. So a sandbox is a way for us to go do that and explore that and work with our teams to say, this is how we should think about doing this kind of activity when we have highly protected data. So that's what the sandbox is. It's a safe way of doing things because, you hear about all these Chinese models and this and that kind of thing. We just want to make sure that data doesn't get dumped and used for model training. That's what we want to make sure. So that's what a sandbox is allowed for. Most things you do, looking up a recipe, it's like Google, right? Google already takes a lot of your data, right, off your phone. Android takes a lot of data off your phone. There's already a lot of things. So we just want to make sure we're being very explicit about this is our data, this is our intellectual property. Make sure nobody else can get that. So and a lot of this comes down to data and security at the end of the day. And we'll talk about a little about biasness and hallucinations in a bit. The other thing, we're working on 406 jobs. So one thing we're talking about is an AI community practice, and I finally have, I'm a department of one. Let's be clear right now, I'm one person, but I got some people helping me right now. 406 jobs, as you know, that's a big initiative right now. And so we're talking about working with them to help build what we call AI community practice. How do we actually get onto the community, the businesses, the citizens, and the communities to make sure that they're enabled with AI and have an opportunity to learn? And I think this is where actually libraries fall in really, really well with supporting those kind of things. And obviously training and enablement. The interesting part about AI, and you think about getting trained on software, like when we started using a phone 30 plus years ago, we weren't trained on it, right? But we have 30 years to figure it out. It's evolved quite a bit. Commercial AI, as most folks know, AI has been around for about 70 years. Machine learning has been around for 100 years. It's only recently now that we have processing power that actually makes it affordable to these kind of things. So commercially, AI has been around 40 years-ish, right? That you've been able to do those kind of things. So people, as they're using these tools, nobody taught us how to use them though.
4 years.
And it's been around 4 years commercially. Yeah.
And
But
it's to this level.
it's been around 70 though.
Wow.
AI has actually been around for 70 years, but we haven't had the computing power to actually do the things we wanted to do. And so anything about machine learning, that kind of thing. So it's not necessarily that new. Now it's just easy. It's easier to do things, right?
I thought hell was back more than 4 years.
So now training enablement. So what I say is there's no magic sauce to say, hey, we're going to develop all this curriculum to go train people, because in 6 months it's going to change. But I think what we're doing is we're taking an approach that people are going to become learners of this environment, and it's about really learning this over time and evolving with it as it comes out, and more capability to make it available. So the strategy is what I call the multi-layer, kind of like the layered cake approach. It's like you work on that personal productivity, your role-based productivity, small projects, large projects, massively large enterprise-wide projects. And in doing that, you raise that literacy across the board. So it's funny, you ever see on LinkedIn, I think everybody's an AI expert now on LinkedIn, right? And it's like, well, I took this certification. I took this, like, yeah, this isn't about certifications. This is about really kind of coming to the roots about you're going to have to look at how we learn. And how are you going to start learning these kind of things? It is kind of a new way of thinking. Anyway, so those are the major initiatives. There's a whole bunch of other things. We're doing a bunch of things that aren't shown. There's a bunch of experimentations. I have about 5 or 6 different experimentations going on that are like the Secretary of State of like, can we actually, 5-way compliance? Can we actually use AI to help us remediate a bunch of these PDFs and that kind of thing?
Could you solve the school funding formula?
Save John tons of hours of meeting.
Will students ever write their own reports again?
So it's interesting. So we talk about that in when you talk about that with the students. So I teach a research methods class. It's a master's degree level. And we talk about how you leverage AI to help you with research. And, and again, I always say to students, you have to get over cheating and start thinking about how you can actually learn. Because now you have an opportunity to learn just about anything and not just about cheating. And so everybody will go to that evolution of like, oh, I can actually write my paper. And again, my students like, it's like, well, rewrite it, say, well, how do you know? It's like, you know what I do for a living, right? And so I built my own tools to check it, right? And at the end of the day, what I've actually found, even in my own personal life, I actually spend more time writing, right? Just because I let AI do some of that heavy lifting and that research mechanism. Now I can actually focus on the quality of words versus just trying to hammer something out. So when we work with the research students, we're doing the same thing. It's like, how can you use it correctly to help you do the research, enhance your questions, enhance your ability to ask the right questions, and then it's almost like having a partner, right? Where you're going back and forth rather than just. And again, some students start off with that. It's like, write me this paper. It's like, yeah, it's wrong. So about 3 years ago, I actually changed my tests. I actually changed the questions. So if they put the questions in ChatGPT, they actually gave them the wrong answer. That's one how I know. Because they actually don't reference the material at all. And so that's how you know. So it's being intentional about the content and the topics that we're talking about and make sure we're drawing back to that. And so I think it's actually made it easier to actually have focused conversations around specific topics versus just kind of, being all over the place. Next slide. Keep time. I don't know how much time I get. So
keep going.
Okay. And so what I say now, this is kind of a bold statement, and from the literature and how I personally view libraries. I think libraries are essential to AI, right? Libraries are in every community. Libraries are trusted sources for seeking truth. Librarians, I think, are well positioned as those guides that already think in a way that AI, that we need folks to think about how they can leverage AI. So I think they're, again, just prime folks from that. So, so again, some of the research, some of the literature that I saw, I do have citations at the end of the slide. If you want to read it, but they're saying that, you know, again, they're recognizing that library workers are, they are the right folks for enabling people with AI. There's a massive upside to this. Next slide. So again, reinforcing, why are they primed for this, right? Information literacy is no different than AI literacy. I say when you think about AI, it's actually less about the technology. Because like, I showed you the thing I wrote last night. So I actually wrote a utility that would go through and basically validate the Montana transportation site for 508 compliance and then convert all the PDFs. Did that in about an hour, right? Now I'm validating it, and I got to do some other things to make sure that it's doing it correctly. But at the end of the day, when you think about information literacy, it is AI literacy, right? It's really no different. And so people think, oh, AI is this great technology. Yes, it's a great technology, but it's about how do you leverage that technology. It's just a tool. They're trusted community anchors, right? Again, I can talk about personal experience. You know, I grew up going to the library. I think the kids in the library, it's where you go for information. Again, middle school. The values first approach. Libraries prioritize access, right? Which I think is super important. Access for anybody, doesn't matter who you are. And then knowledge transfer infrastructure, right? They're in the business of knowledge transfer. And again, that's from my perspective, and that's why they're a great place for that. Next. Just a little call out here. So Institute Museum Library Services, best practices, public libraries as an AI learning hub. So we've seen, you guys saw, you may have seen that now. So in Bozeman, there's that innovation space that's right off campus. It's actually technically on campus, right? It's that innovation space. So they had the Department of War did their, there's one of 7 sites that they're doing funding and that kind of thing. So you think about that, okay, so that's for a very particular reason to, you know, technology and defense funding, that kind of thing. Georgia actually did an AI, I forget what they called it. They may call it an innovation lab. You know, it's a space to come in. What I'd like to do in the state, and if this even makes sense, is how can we leverage creating these learning spaces? We already have space available in libraries and in innovation hubs across the state. How do we maximize those things? I mean, you talked about like doing a statewide AI hackathon, right? In conjunction with the universities. Like, how do we take advantage of these things? And you know, again, I think there's models out there that we could go look at and take advantage of that and say, hey, yeah, great. If you want to talk about AI, here's a great place you can go and learn about AI. Here's some information, jump on a computer. Again, if you don't have access, we have access. We can walk you through it. Final little fact about libraries too. So the University of Idaho, they spent millions and millions of dollars redoing that library. It was the library was not a great place. The new staircase was $1 million. It was really expensive, but the construction is really expensive. It's soft land, right? It's in Moscow, Idaho, right? And they built the library. So all my technology experience started in that library. So I literally one day, it's like, what's this thing called HTML websites? And the person working at the computer lab was the person who said, oh, well, you need to know FTP. And oh, by the way, this is how you get yourself an account. That was the first experience I had, was writing HTML. I became a web developer after that, right? And that was my first experience with somebody in a library who helped me to figure out how to write a web page, right? And obviously the infrastructure, they actually had a lot of infrastructure just put in, which was fiber before their university for fiber and all that kind of thing. But if you think about that, it's where people learn, right? And again, in a non-confrontational way, and hopefully an open way. So I think there's some great examples like that. Next. Okay, so just reiterating again, I always use this word of growth mindset. Why libraries matter for enable. Again, the values first approach, accessible infrastructure, competency, knowledge transfer capacity, and again, collaboration. Right? I think it's a great partnership. Next. Okay. So what's the opportunity, I think, for Montana? If you talk with, you hear the governor, you hear Kevin, who's the CIO, we really want to lead in technology. We believe we're pretty primed for that, given how far things are apart. We got a lot of square miles. We leverage technology all the time to do things. We think we can lead, right, in this space. We have all the right pieces and parts in place. We think it's a strategic advantage. Again, when we think about the relationships between universities, high tech, libraries, 406 jobs, if everybody starts coming together, it's like, oh, we all don't have to like duplicate things. We can actually like, okay, you're good at that, you're good at that. Okay, great. How do we work together? And then again, this is like my aspiration. Is there a national model that we can, and that we can take what's doing, what works, and then evolve that to something even more interesting that people go, wow, that is how that should be done. Next. Okay, so when you think about, I think about your guys' role, everybody at the table, or the stakeholders in libraries, you know, obviously strategic direction. How do we endorse libraries as an essential enabling infrastructure? How do we give the go ahead to say, hey, this makes sense? How do we think about resourcing for that? You know, do we allocate people? Do we think about funding? How, you know, what does that look like? How do we think about that partnership, right? Again, with everybody across the board, and then obviously, how do we think about advocacy? And I think that's kind of it. There might be one more slide. Go next. Let's see. I might have one more. Oh yeah. So I think about resources, needs, and partnership opportunities. So again, just kind of reiterating that again. So as we think about budget, you know, what are the tools and infrastructure that are needed for libraries? Like, how do we think about that across the state? Should we think about pilot programs that might make sense when we litmus test something and say, hey, we should just try something. In the age of AI, that's kind of the moniker. It's like, let's not overthink it. Let's just try it. And so one thing we tried, this was a Xbox. We did this whole thing called Coffee Talks. We can hugely pop 25-minute sessions every other week. We had hundreds and hundreds of people. We had the last Coffee Talk here. We had 110 people on the call for just a short little, hey, have you done this with Perplexity today? And I got 2 responses back. They go, I had no idea, and I was able to do this, and this. You just saved me hours and hours. Again, I think there's a partnership here. I think it involves state agencies, universities, public libraries, also obviously nonprofits that are interested in this, obviously STFS, ITSD. And again, I think there's already a foundation that's already well established in what libraries provide us, you know, across the state, and I would like to see them do more with AI. I'm pretty sure that's this last slide now. Next, there might be like a resource slide or something else here. Yeah, and then just a call to action. I just kind of, you know, imagine in Montana, where every Montana has access to AI literacy, libraries are trusted guides, state employees have AI literacy workforce, rural communities aren't left behind. Biggest thing, I don't leave anybody behind. I've seen that where some folks are, you know, what's that?
Yes, we get left behind.
Yeah, I don't want folks to be left behind because there's no reason to, right? And when you actually can have a great group that collaborate around, you know, again, we collaborate around email, so we haven't left anybody around email yet. Let's not leave people around AI, because when you start collaborating with these different ideas and thoughts and problems, like, hey, can we solve this? I mean, do you guys know Adam Carpenter? So he's the chief data officer. And if you get me and him in a room, we sit there and we're constantly going back and forth. And, you know, we're talking about stuff that's way, way out there and go, oh gosh, I didn't know I could do that. And we do that all the time to each other. It's like, and I always think that's I do a talk and I call it collaborate out loud. I already did it at University of Montana, but like, we have to collaborate around AI. We can't just go off in a corner and say, hey, we're going to go do something weird. We have to say, have you tried this? Have you tried that? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I could do it that way. And I think the more we start doing that dialogue, the faster we can get folks, you know, raise AI literacy and not be afraid. Everybody's at a different part of their journey. Some people feel like they're left behind. It's like, no, nobody's behind, and nobody will ever be behind. But at the end of the day, if we can help folks, right, with their journey and understand everybody's in a different part of their journey, they'll be surprised what people can do with the tools that are available now. Okay, that's it. Again, next slide. If you guys want this slide, if you want to take it home, or, you know, like,
yes, I would.
There's no citations here.
With the meeting
That'd be good.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sir, will this be replacing a lot of jobs?
No.
You really don't see that?
No. Did the cotton gin replace jobs? No. Did the assembly line replace jobs? No. What we're seeing is more demand for people to do things faster. So one thing we're going to see, I believe, and this is my theory, is it's called cognitive overload. And so what starts happening is developers are going to be expected to do more, right? And with the same amount of time, resource, money, and I've experienced it. Right? It's like, I have 5 projects going on. So, no, I actually just need a break, and then I go do something else. That's why I like teaching. It has nothing to do with technology. It actually lets me take a break from the kind of the hard work we're doing. So I think what you're gonna see is no different than what we've seen in the past with other technologies. You guys remember, computers are supposed to make our jobs easier. Right? Remember the whole thing, oh, computers make your jobs, it's like, I don't know, did it really make it easier? I think it made it different. And so jobs will change. I believe that. I think demands for certain types of jobs will evolve, like the data analysts, the data scientists, the people that do knowledge transfer that help people navigate this, I think are going to go up. But no, I don't. I think you're seeing this weird influx of. Again, this is 100% my theory. My estimation is you saw a lot of high tech companies do a lot of COVID hiring, and I think we're still in the tail ends of what you see those high tech companies kind of cleaning that out. But most people don't know. Most of these high tech companies usually clean out anywhere between 2 and 5% of the workforce every year. And so like, oh, now it's 7%. It's like it's always 5. So again, I think there's, I don't want to say fear mongering. That's not the right word, but I think there's just when you look at the economy and that kind of thing, jobs aren't going to go away. Every technology advance has increased jobs, not removed them.
One of my surgeons told me that right now, if they're checking, if anybody who's had serious cancer on their face, their nose, and they have to slice it off, not the nose, they slice off a thin layer, and then they have to go test it, and then they come back, and then they have to slice more, and they go test it for cancer. And they keep doing that until it comes back that they've gotten through the pieces with cancer. He said now with the AI, they'll be able to slice and check right at the time.
As they go.
And so they won't be, they'll cut the surgery way down in time and be way more accurate. What used to take maybe an hour, 2 or 3 hours to do it will be done like that because it will just check. So there is. And then the other question I had, like Wikipedia got really distorted with people putting in information. A good friend of mine who works at Oracle is in our Bible study, and he put in AI. I'd like a Bible study on these 3 verses of Timothy, and he put with a biblical approach. And he got a really good study. He brought it out and said, wow, this is really solid, this is really good. But he said, ironically, if you go on and say, I want a study of Timothy, with a secular approach, it's totally different. And he said, like, a lot of people, maybe conservatives or Christians, won't use AI because they're afraid of it. And it's going to be really dangerous and not, whatever, real narrow-minded. He said, we've got to get on there and start teaching it, the biblical approach, so that when people go on and ask for verses or whatever, it will say biblical approach or secular, like you're teaching it. Is that true?
Oh, let me unpack that a little bit. So, so the way AI works, right, at the core level, large language models. So when you go to ChatGPT, its content was sourced from like Reddit and stuff on the internet.
Right.
That content may be good or bad, right? And so if the content's bad, your response might be bad. So when you prompt, right, it's looking, it does not know your language. Large language models have nothing to do with language. It has to do with patterns. It's recognizing patterns.
That's what he said.
And then it's finding similar patterns, and it's going to attempt to give you something in pattern that it thinks that is the next best pattern. That's all language models do. Now, in order to increase the accuracy of that, so if you want to think about like a closed knowledge network, so great example, we have mom policies, right? These are our policies for IT and There's only so many of them. There's 100 of them. Well, the next part is I can take and build what they call a small language model around something very, very specific, right? This might be no different than the Bible, right? And when I have that, it will use that content, right, more distinctly than other content, because it still needs content in order to, it needs a certain amount of learning and understanding to say, hey, respond in a way that makes sense off that, right? So to answer your question is, does AI learn immediately when you're using it in there? No, it just understands that you're trying to ask it questions that are pattern matched. So like if you take that example there with the secular Bible study, it's now you're in memory, you're in a current session. This is part of the learning that you're talking about. There's certain ways to, I don't want to say manipulate, but interact with a current engagement point to ask it the right kind of questions to make sure that you have the confidence of the right thing coming back. So there's practice in that. right? And some people just what we call single shot. This is a great example. Students will take 10 documents, put them in, and say, summarize in detail all these documents. It's not good at doing that because there are 10 different documents. Summarize in detail across the, so you're trying to go across and down and diagonal across all this content. What's a better approach is to say, take one document at a time. And again, I can build tools to do this for you. You can say, take this document, identify thematic analysis, do a thematic analysis of this content before diving deep into that content. And what people try to do, they try to do it all at once. And then again, it's looking at all these patterns. So if you have 10 documents of semi-related stuff and you ask it a kind of a random question, it's going to go identify patterns across that and not know what you're going after. It
But
doesn't know. It doesn't.
itself. It'll teach itself to do one and then do that it can.
So so what will happen is if you have them the same code, so you can actually set up, you can do that manually, but then the next kind of evolution of that is learning how to do that. You can then actually instruct it. So this is where you hear people say, I'm going to create an AI agent. I'm going to give it better instructions to do that over and over again. So what I tell the students is like, here is some prompts that you can do repeatedly that will give you a good reasonable answer for looking at this one specific task. Then you can say, okay, now I can actually have a prompt that says, do that 1,000 times. So what we talk about too, is we talk about validation. So then you can actually get to the point and say, read this document, then come back to me with questions about it to make sure that you have a level of confidence that you have all the content available to you. And so you start going this whole cyclical pattern. So you can actually ask AI to say, validate what you're telling me. You ever do that? And it's like, oh, that's a great response. They go, I don't think that's right. Can you verify? And they'll go, yep, you're right. I actually missed that. It will wander. It will wander on you unless, and again, that's, you start getting, so what you're describing is there's prompting, then there's context engineering. And context engineering is how do you put the right guardrails up in place to say, I'm focused on this domain. So you stop to know kind of what you're going after. You can't just broad torch it across and say, well, just, answer the theory of, answer this, why do we exist and all that. It's like, that's too broad.
Well, I put in, just out of curiosity, ratings or reviews of Bad Bunny at Super Bowl. And it came up AI. Very positively received, extremely, just all glowing. And I thought, now that's learning something that people put in.
Yep, because it's whatever's on the internet. Yep. Yeah, so if it's out on the internet, so if you want to take an approach and say, hey, act like a journalist and find the pros and cons of the Bad Bunny halftime show and cite it with evidence, then it will pull that.
It might have done that.
It will do that, absolutely.
Oh, wow. So it's a question.
It's a question, yeah.
Reframe your question.
Reframe your question, yeah, because again, what you're doing is you're asking a broad thing that it doesn't know. So you can actually give it context to say, behave like a researcher, behave like a journalist. It understands those kind of things. And then it says, do critical analysis, do qualitative research, pull things out, and then test that what you told me is true, and then give me the references to the things that you pulled from.
Oh, my goodness.
Instead of when are you gonna put me, what? Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
I have a question, if I may.
Go ahead, Carmen.
Is there a course, a website, a YouTube channel that would have great, very basic content to allow people to just use this tool better and not be afraid of it and understand it better? It has somebody put together that kind of content somewhere that is accessible to the public?
Well, so in my first week here, 4 months ago, I actually put up a chief AI officer website. It is only to staff right now, but it is to help initially with staff along their kind of AI journey. So it's all curated content for the new person, the developer, and the content creator. I don't know. Can they all see? I don't know who can see it. If you're on mt.gov, you have an mt.gov username, you can see it. If you don't, what I can do is I can just easily just pull all the links out and give it to folks, and you can go do that. The challenge is there's a lot out there, right? When you think, this is what I always tell folks: go ask AI to build you a learning plan. I am new to AI. Act as an instructor and give me a plan to help me learn AI from, I want to learn. I think this is going to be the greatest thing for people with learning disorders, right? I found out I had a learning disorder in college. It wasn't until college. you can actually tell either build you a learning plan and say, help me learn AI, act as an instructor. I'd like to work this way. I want 5-minute segment videos. I want sample thing, sample. You can literally ask AI to say, how do I learn how to use you?
And if I understand it correctly, it's not so much what, it's how that people need to learn how to use this tool. And if we as the state library can offer some content that the public libraries can disseminate or use, that would be great. That would be great. So
And again,
thank you.
These things change so fast. I think a lot of this is very hands-on. It's getting people to say, again, there's a lot, I think there's fear, anxiety, mistrust that a lot of folks have with it. So I think that there's that little initial barrier to entry that we have to, I think, consider. I think that's where the literature, providing folks literature about how to use those things. But then I think the trick is really saying, okay, how can you leverage this as almost like your sidekick? And then, not say, hey, you got to go build trust with AI, but at the end of the day, it's like, oh, I can get something meaningful out of this, right? That's helping me for what I'm doing now. Okay, now can it help me do the next thing and the next thing?
So you suggest like Chat GPT or who?
I don't suggest any of them.
Okay.
I have no, they're all, there's pros and cons. There's ChatGPT at the state, we're using Perplexity. There's Copilot, which has mixed things. I tend to use Perplexity. I'm actually at a point where I use the Claude Anthropic models, and I pretty much write a little bit of code for all the stuff that I'm working on right now. Perplexity is another one like ChatGPT.
Because I didn't understand
ChatGPT, that's what you use.
Okay, I still would better go back to Perplexity.
Yeah, there's ChatGPT, there's Perplexity, and there's probably 10 other ones I'm even missing out there. And then most people have it on their phone. I mean, honestly, if you're using Apple and Siri's on it, I mean, everything's on there.
Siri is
AI now. Okay, it's all AI.
When you type anything in Google,
Right.
it's show the AI stuff.
Right.
Yeah, you can say like go into AI mode. And yeah,
Really?
search. Yeah,
I didn't know that.
but yeah, I mean, and I've been offering folks if folks want to do like a little tutorial session, even if you guys are like, hey, let's just do like a little, I don't know, we call them brown bags or coffee talk. You guys want to say, hey, we want to walk through a couple examples. Happy to do that.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, always happy to do something like that. If I show folks 10 people here, then you'll show 10 people, right? Which is what
That'd be
libraries do
great.
really well.
I would like that. Yes.
Jenny, what do you see in the future of this for libraries?
Well, we have a coffee talk scheduled with Chris for our staff in about 2 weeks. And when we put it out to staff, half of our staff are attending, just a heads up.
Perfect. How many is that?
25, 6.
We're doing it
Yeah.
here, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Oh, maybe where?
Well, it'll be hybrid. It'll be a hybrid.
Oh,
That's right. We're gonna do
event.
that.
Yeah.
So we can tune into that.
If you want. So the thing I appreciate most about Chris is he has the knowledge and the vision, but he also likes to roll up his sleeves and just like dive in and test and try and play. I appreciate Chris's learning mindset that he's bringing. I think that needs to be the model that we take for ourselves. What can we learn for our staff that we're continually adopting, both in terms of developing utilities that make our work more efficient? And I know our staff are brimming with ideas on how to do that. They're very, very excited. And then also to Chris's point, it's about modeling that learning behavior. As librarians, we do support that kind of literacy. And so we are already having conversations with librarians about what their needs are so that they can, just as Chris said, make sure that their libraries are hubs for AI learning and AI literacy. Right now, that need is developing those AI literacy skills for the library profession. And so that's one of the things that we're really focused on, making sure that librarians have access to the training and the tools and opportunities to play with the technology so they're more confident in offering it.
Madam Chair, yes, this is a priority within the Trails Academic Library group around Montana. There's a working group within Trails where we're working with the MSU, U of M librarians on helping students understand how to best use and responsibly use AI, not just to comply with academic integrity policies, but to develop good habits and good practices when they transition to the workplace. And so, as you see here, when you're LibGuides from University of Montana State, Keller College, we built a guide to help students with responsible AI use, and we're now working together within that working group to help identify best practices for that instruction. When librarians don't visit classrooms or work with students, how to best handle those challenges and make the most of those opportunities. So it's great to see that we're matching. And I would say that work at the academic librarian level could be a model for public libraries in collaboration. I'd like to see the commission respond to Chris's call to action by taking on the possibility of including a reference to AI when we take up potential changes to 10.102.1159. Specifically, and this I know I might be jumping ahead here, but specifically that section where it says everyone has access to the internet, wired and Wi-Fi connection, we could easily input a provision in that regulation to outline how public libraries can better equip Montanans with an understanding of how to best and responsibly use artificial intelligence. And if we demonstrate that the commission is a leader on this issue and that public libraries will be a leader on this issue, then we can develop those partnerships with business and other agencies within government to help every Montana, each Montana, with this emerging technology. So I would just ask that we keep that in mind as we work on that regulation is kind of our agenda.
Yes, and then working with Montana Digital Academy as well. They're a great resource.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Yeah.
The Montana Digital Academy.
Jason and I are in close conversation. I was gonna ask if with this task force that you mentioned with MUS, if there's a librarian representative on that task force.
Great question. I don't know.
Yeah.
We've had 2 meetings that I met with Jason as well, the Digital Academy as well. And I'm actually coming up, there's the K-12 directors thing that they're doing here, I think in March or April. They're doing that with the schools and stuff. So I'm actually I think I might be the keynote for that one.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it's interesting. It's fun to see like there's all this connective tissue, if you will, that we're all actually like working towards, and that's what I'm hopeful is like we're all kind of, hey, we're all kind of going this way.
Yeah.
Right now, how do we in our respective areas and subject matters and expertise, how do we kind of keep moving in that direction? Because again, I don't believe it has to be this big groundswell of activity. It just needs to be intentional.
Yeah.
And it could be brought together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chris, thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I appreciate it. Thank you for the time. And reach out, honestly, just reach out if you want to do like, you guys want to do a little working session, because I'm happy to jump on a call.
Yes.
We can do a little, something like that.
That's good.
Enjoy the rest of your, this all day.
We'll go that way.
We like to talk.
It's good. We need more of that. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, we appreciate
I
it.
walked. Down. I didn't drive.
Is your wife centered here then also, since she's an MSU professor?
So we're both in Bozeman.
Oh, you
Yeah,
are?
so I commute.
Oh, you
Yeah.
commute.
Yeah, so I'm up here at least 3 days a week. But yeah, so no, I commute. I'm in the Diane building. It's like a little condo. It's like a small little building across there. So yeah, we're getting kicked out of the Mitchell building. They're gonna renovate that whole thing. So I'm here at least 3 days a week. Sometimes more, sometimes not, usually less.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
thank you.
ping you to talk about getting a librarian on your task force.
Yeah, let me know.
I will.
Yeah, definitely remind me how.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very
Thank you.
much. All right, let's see, well, at 12:05, we have the information presentation on AI applications for GIS.
And lunch is here whenever you
And
want.
lunch is here whenever. So what should we do?
Magic
Should we go
paper.
ahead and, should we discuss, we have the goals, is that goals, that, or should we go ahead and have lunch?
Meet while the guy. Meet while the presenter.
Sure.
Presenta's not going to make it.
Oh, he's not.
No.
Oh, okay.
He's
He's
not coming.
the presenter. Matt Sheehan,
Okay. He's not.
he's in the Orient.
Oh.
So we can
I
take
thought
that
I
off.
forwarded that change over to you.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
no, I did not see that. Yeah, all right. So he won't be here, so that's okay. So that's, should we go ahead? with- Or let's go ahead and do the goals. Let's go ahead and do, our next item of business, consider and agree upon our 2026 commission goals and next steps. This is an action item, so let's try to get that done before anybody has to leave. Okay. Did everybody have a chance to look at the goals? Let's see, is there a motion to approve our 2026 commission goals and next steps as presented?
Question,
Yes.
is this something we look at every meeting?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes, we do.
I make a motion that we approve our current commission goals plan.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded that we approve our 2026 commission goals and next steps as presented. Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Seeing none, we'll now have a vote on the motion, which is to accept our 2026 mission goals and next steps. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Everyone said aye. Okay, thank you. All right. Should we start our 10.102.1159 discussion, or shall we go ahead and have lunch right now and come back at 12:15? 12:15, is that enough time, or 12:25, 12:20?
We always take longer.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do 12. We'll be back at 12:20. Okay. Thank you, everybody. We'll see you at 12:20. Finished with our lunch. I hope you were able to get your lunch in also. Next we have our discussion items. The first item I'm gonna have Jenny address is the first draft of our very first commission newsletter.
Thank you, Robin. At your last meeting, you talked about wanting to improve communication and offering a newsletter after each of your commission meetings. And so we believe this is an efficient way to accomplish something that meets your goal, and I think did a really nice job of summarizing your commission meeting. We've talked about Robin maybe providing an introduction to the newsletter to make it a little bit more personal. We had feedback at today's meeting about including a request for invitations for the commission to meet around libraries. So if this is something that the commission wishes to adopt, I think this is something that we could efficiently add to our workload.
Madam Chair. So when I do Zoom math with my grandkids, Zoom's AI agent asks if I want it to be recorded and summarized as we go. So it seems to me that that's a very efficient way of forming this with some human touch added. Kind of like,
yeah,
it's just mentioned, so it's not all robotics.
Yeah.
It has some element of the human, but it shouldn't cost us very much to do this.
Yeah.
To summarize our activities and goals and words.
Yeah, we used the transcript from the meeting. Rebecca helped with Perplexity, and we produced it in about 5 minutes.
There you go.
And then we shared it with Commissioner Gregg for her input. And I would really appreciate having you continue to look at them.
Absolutely.
If that's
Yeah,
available.
I can absolutely do that.
Do we think that that will have value to readers? Not that it needs to have a lot of value, but it costs us 20 minutes.
Right. But we'll be able to
I
get
think so.
metrics that'll be sent out via Gov Delivery, and we'll be able to get metrics on how many people are viewing it.
Madam Chair,
And to interact with those too, without them just listening.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, certainly.
I I read this and I think it's very timely that we had that AI presentation because I read it and I just quickly glossed over the fact that it says drafted by Perplexity. And I was left with a really strange, soulless impression after I read this document. And so while it is probably an appropriate tool to just disseminate information, it almost makes me cry to read this because there's something so non-human about it. I would just like to call it soulless. I'm not against us doing it. I think it's better than nothing, but I was really struck by the just absence of any kind of tone in this thing. And then once I read it again, I was like, oh, this makes sense. And just as an aside, my personal beef is I wish we didn't call it artificial intelligence, but artificial skills, because really there is no intelligence and there is no soul. But I'm not against us putting this out and using the tool to just quickly and easily communicate some soulless information.
That's funny. I love that.
I'm tempted, Carmen, to when we do this next, say, write it with soul.
Might be a good experiment. Might be a good experiment.
You can say, write it more professionally, write it with a little more
Twain.
more
Yeah.
personality or
Churchill.
not so professional. I mean, there's lots of different
Friendlier
Yes.
tone.
Yes, I've done that.
Okay.
We use an AI chat or whatever, yeah.
It is the nature of government documents to be fairly soulless.
Yeah, it's
It's not supposed to be,
with soul.
Yeah.
tart.
As a former government documents librarian, I can agree with that.
All right, well. I started reading it and I was like, And so I know what you're talking about, Carmen, because I was like, wow, that doesn't, And then I went back and saw, oh, AI. Oh, so yeah, it was, but still, it was still I think it's still a good document or good. It's very nice.
I wonder if it would be better if we just had it bullet pointed instead of actually trying to turn it into a narrative, which to me it doesn't quite hit the mark as a narrative, but I don't know if anybody else cares, honestly. If it's just meant to quickly communicate information, would a bullet point thing work better?
There's not much description then if it's just a bullet point, So
Maybe the next one, we could just look at both. Do this again the way you told it to do this, and then see what it does if you ask it to bullet point things.
And we could even use that as a test to see which one gets more engagement from readers.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. And feel free to experiment with other formats as well. As far as the content of it, I think it's thorough and appropriate. But I like the idea of trying different formats and see what people actually want to read, what is easier to digest for them. I think that's an excellent idea.
Great.
All righty. Okay, now we'll go ahead unless anybody else has a comment on the newsletter. And if not, we'll go on to the initial review of 10.102.1159 2-12 Administrative Rules of Montana Serving Community, a discussion of the next steps. And Carmen, your name is mentioned there, so.
Yeah, so we looked at this, or I looked at this because of the opening hours that we were dealing with. And then I read all the other paragraphs under that same serving the community heading. And I tried to reconcile what it said there with what we are supposed to do as the State Library Commission. And it just struck me that we're saying everyone has this or everyone has this. And I'm like, that's not that's not really what we're supposed to do. We're supposed to guide libraries in what they do to ensure that Montanans have access to information and all the other things that are in our mission. So I'm questioning whether we should say everyone has this and everyone has that, because we can not make that happen and we cannot mandate it. We can mandate every library provides this, that, and the other thing. And I know it's a small kind of thing, but I just thought we are setting ourselves up with a almost inappropriate aspirational document. And I didn't think that that's what administrative rules should be. So I would be more comfortable not changing any of these points and what they're actually saying, but to just say the library should do, or the library provides for its patrons, or patrons of any library have this, that, and the other thing, instead of everyone has XYZ. And I wanted to just bring that up to the commission and discuss it and find out what the rest of you think about that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So, Commissioner, if we look at point 2, everyone has safe, comfortable, and convenient access to the library and its services. Would your point be resolved if it said something like, libraries provide safe, comfortable access to information services, books, and other information services?
Yes, yes. Because we are supposed to direct the libraries in what they do.
Not the individuals of the state.
Yeah.
But I think this goes, even that goes too far. I think this is setting us up for like everybody has clean water issue, everybody has, of course we want that. But we actually addressed this here with a few years ago with the budget where we had all the money proposed for the I can't think of the word,
Marketing.
Construction and all that. And there was a big bill that came out of the federal for redoing buildings and all that. And so we put in a real high to get every building physically accessible. And of course, it was an impossible thing. And we do have libraries that are not. But I think it should be, we encourage libraries. We encourage libraries to provide a safe, comfortable, and convenient access. Because I don't think we can mandate that they're not, a lot of the libraries are not even handicap accessible. And we talked about it a lot, didn't we, Jim? And the budget we put in for it was help me with the name of it, it came through. It was a very large bill with Biden, and it was to redo.
IIJA.
Yeah, it was to redo structures and buildings, and have a huge name on it. And
Madam Chair? Madam
we
Chair?
can do it.
Yes.
I would like to point to number 12 at the bottom of this excerpt from the administrative rules, where it says reasonable accommodations are made so that people with disabilities have access to the library services. That phrase, reasonable accommodations are made so that, is a really great way to make clear the intention and to put some mandate in there. But the word reasonable means if you're a one-room library in a 200-year-old building, we understand that you may not have the money to put in an elevator right now.
In the basement.
So that reasonable accommodations are made is a good phrase, and maybe we can make use of that phrase in other areas as well.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
when I saw this on the agenda, I was eager for the opportunity to update this language. I think there is a chance to refresh it and make sure that it is usable for libraries. This is a standard been adopted, a set of standards that's been adopted by the commission consistent with its statutory authority, making sure that it is workable and accessible to libraries for their compliance is important. I had several thoughts on how to refresh the language. One is way that maybe would help the commissioner address customer Cuthbertson's concern is an introductory paragraph explaining why these statements exist within this regulation and the purpose behind this standard and the expectation that the commission and that the state has for the 3 public libraries in Montana who are subject to these standards. So some type of introductory clause explaining why these expectations are in place, and then embedding some of the concepts that you see in the statute related to 3 public libraries. Specifically in 22.1.302, purpose of the free libraries are to give people in Montana the fullest opportunity to enrich and inform themselves. If we were to have that type of phrase as an introductory clause within the regulation to set a foundation for each of these statements, that could help people understand why they exist and what the goals are in terms of meeting them. And then rather than the word everyone being in there, I can see why that word was used. I think there's a phrase that we can take from the state's constitution where libraries are mentioned in Article 10, Section 1, where it says each citizen. If we were to individualize it on the concept of each citizen has access to the library to enrich themselves and fulfill their right to lifelong learning, we can update this set of expectations in a way that addresses the original concern from Commissioner Cuthbertson, but also to help reassure Montanans that their libraries are places for access to information, access to programming, access to community support in a manner that's without charge, because their public resources are already available. So I think there's a real opportunity here to refresh the regulation, help reassure the public as to why these standards exist, and make the language more usable for librarians and Montanans.
That sounds like an excellent idea. I especially like the concept of taking it back to basics, and to include where this flows from and where it comes from. Jenny, do you have any suggestions on how we best do this?
I do, and I appreciate the conversation. I wanted to hear the discussion before making some recommendations. And this is one of the goals that you just adopted, and so we can add more detail then to your goals. I would suggest, if it meets the commission's wishes, that Commissioner Goss and Commissioner Cuthbertson and I work on drafting some changes to bring back to the commission. Depending on your schedules, either at the April or the June commission meeting. And then if that meets the commission's satisfaction, we would go through the administrative rules process and seek public comment. So if that works for me. It sounds to me like you're not intending to change the intent or function of the standards. If that were to change, then I would think we would want to ensure a more public transparent process involving libraries. But if we're just refreshing the language, keeping the intent of the standards, then I think the 3 of us could work on that language.
The only thing I might want to do is add something regarding AI tools and resources to it, because that seems very timely. But I don't, just reading them now, I don't think there's any points here that we would want to remove or no longer obligate libraries to see to.
Yep, I had the AI as a note underneath here too, Carmen, so good job. Chris, go ahead.
That wasn't my intent to remove any of these. I think every librarian in Montana wants each of these to occur, and each patron in Montana or potential patron that's not actually using the library currently expects each of these to be a reality if they want to decide this. So we need to make it just touch it up a little bit.
Great idea. Okay, so it's agreeable for Jenny and Carmen. Carmen, are you interested in helping?
Yes.
Okay, so,
Madam Chair,
yes.
just a comment on item 2, safe, comfortable, and convenient. I'm observing that that's becoming primary purpose of libraries for many patrons. That it's used as a way station for idling without inquiry. That, and it's becoming a problem for patrons who are there to check out books. The people are using it for warmth. Just a comment. Thank you.
Alrighty then, we'll go ahead. Next to Carmen, you're back up there for neutrality.
Oh, okay. I have a document just to start us off. And I would encourage everyone to just take a couple of minutes and read that. There's no sense in me reading it to you. And then I hope we can have a good discussion. I'm assuming most of you had a chance to read through that. The two sentences at the end is really what I want to discuss. Briefly, I went to the dictionary to try and start my inquiry and just find definitions and opposites for the word neutrality. And then I tried to find examples that have nothing to do with libraries, just to get our brains working on this concept. And then relating that concept to libraries, the discussion is really those two last sentences. And I would be curious to see what the rest of the commission thinks, whether neutrality is essential for democratic non-biased information environment, or whether neutrality is actually something that has never been there and libraries have and should advocate for certain viewpoints. I'd be curious to hear what the rest of you think of those two views of neutrality in a library.
Sure.
Yes, go ahead, Tom.
Well, I agree with the first statement. And I'm seeing that it's not the case. As I examine recent purchases of nonfiction in particular, and put them through analytics for, say, left-right positions, it often comes out 15-1. And I've taken this up with librarians and professionals, and they admit that it's a problem. And they also say they're kind of in a bind because the environment they work in is tilted. The publishing environment, the incentives for authors. And so it takes a very assiduous effort by a library or a librarian to get more of what we value as neutrality into their collections. You look for a section that's loaded in the Dewey Decimal System, and there'll be a string of books dealing with this topic. And there'll be two that take a contrary point of view. So we have a long ways to go. Some professionals think they're doing just fine, but they don't have a good way of asking the question whether they're doing just fine and analyzing their supposition. And so I'm eager to engage this subject. And I hope that we can do that in the commission over months that come. Very important for us not to think that we're more open-minded than we actually are. To be honest about our purchasing, our collection policies, and analyzing the state of our collection and our recent past. Just taking a look at it, because we all have our priors, and sometimes it's hard to admit.
One question that would interest me from those among us who are professional librarians. It is my personal impression that the second sentence, neutrality is a myth, and it doesn't actually need to be something that a library strives for, because it is appropriate to advocate for what is right, which of course begs the question, who decides what is right? Is there a push in the profession to agree with sentence number 2 and actually say, you, in your job as a librarian in your library, do need to advocate for XYZ? Can anybody speak to that? Current or former librarian?
This is my only one who's a
Well,
librarian.
former.
Well,
Well,
school,
yeah,
that's
you,
different.
Peggy and I were school librarians.
Yep,
As
you're a
a-
library.
As a certain librarian certified by the State Library Commission, the state library, and an active librarian serving in a library, leading a library at the higher ed level and serving our students at Helena College. I'm reluctant to embrace this false dichotomy that this is sentence 1 or sentence 2. I don't fall into false dichotomies where I'm expected to make a choice among 2 extreme options. Sentence 1 is possibly accurate. Sentence 2 is not how I was trained as a librarian. It's not how I was educated at the University of Wisconsin-Madison as a librarian. It's not what I work to do, writing our policies and our collection and the work that I do each month with our fellow library staff. We work to make sure that the patrons that work and enter our library, the students, the faculty, the members of the community in Helena that come to our library as members of the public, that have community patron cards, have their needs met through our work. So this is a false dichotomy. We can't fall into this trap. In fact, I think that these 2 sentences demonstrate the need for the critical thinking skills that libraries provide the atmosphere to hone. We work to help each student, whether they're in K-12, whether they're in college, each citizen at each public library, hone their critical thinking skills. Embrace nuance, embrace detail, analyze the different perspectives and different factors, because each person in each community in Montana that goes into a library has a different perspective and they have different outlooks. It's the librarian's job to be the tip of the spear of representative democracy on how to meet all of those different needs. And so the question of sentence 1 or 2 is inapplicable and not something that we're going to analyze. As I mentioned last meeting, the work that we need to be doing and the discussion we should be having is on objectivity. Objectivity. How do librarians make sure that they're meeting the needs of the patrons in the confines of the fiscal and human resource budget? How do they make the decision that benefits the most? How do they work within the policy adopted by the library board of trustees, people who are appointed by elected officials that are accountable to the voters? accountable to each taxpayer to use those public funds responsibly and make sure that their collection meets their community's needs. The community in where I'm from, in eastern Montana originally, it's gonna be a little different than what's going on in Flathead. So you have to be mindful of that and work to make sure that each of those patron perspectives is met. And if the patron believes it's not being met, there are recourse through petition and grievance, complaint that goes to the library board, ultimately can be addressed through the county or county commission, city council. So that objectivity is what's critical. How do I make a decision based on the policy that I have as a library, that the board has adopted, to maximize my resources in order to best serve my patrons and potential patrons, the people who are not using the library, who we want to have. Now, if we were to discuss neutrality is not a definition that I see there, but one that I get through Webster's, is the idea of absence of bias. And I see bias represented there. And that's again why this false dichotomy or erroneous binary isn't working. We're not in an either or proposition. There's a whole gray area that librarians work on every day and try to meet the patrons' needs. If we were to do absence of bias, really, that's nothing. No one on this commission wants a library to be nothing. So if it were to truly be neutral, it would have to be everything. No library has the budget for everything. No library has the budget for every possible outlet for the books that could be analyzed, because that would mean every self-published book, we have to buy every book that's been published by a small publishing company. No library has the resources for everything. So what are we left with? Maximizing our budget through objectivity. When I was reviewing the agenda and thinking about my thoughts on this concept, I went back to an article I read a couple years ago on the cartographer for a globe. And I collect vintage maps of Montana. I love to look at and study the evolution of maps. And this globe maker said that they had globes that they made but could not be imported into, I think it was Chile, because they didn't show the borders with a neighboring country that showed Chile owned that particular territory. And so they were rejected at the port, and they had to be shipped back to this country. And that's a common issue around the world.
They have borders.
They have borders, and they want to respect, and they want that national pride reflected on the globes in their country. So if we were to have a neutral library, we'd either have no globes. I couldn't have a globe because it would be neutral. It would show that there's different borders, or we'd have to have every globe. That's a lot of money. That doesn't really work. Or worse, you have librarians who are so paralyzed about what decision they have to make on what they purchase that they don't purchase anything because they're fearful that they'll be accused of not being neutral. But again, as a leader in a community and a steward of public resources, they have to make the best decision within the law, within the policy adopted by their governing board to make sure that there are resources available for as many people who want them. And if a person can't get them, they could access interlibrary loan and other resource sharing opportunities. Another reason that those programs should be supported. We're getting books in all the time from different libraries. We send books out to other libraries because we have unique collections in our library that other libraries don't have.
Chris, how long ago did you get your degree?
So my degree, my library degree, December of 2023.
2023.
So I had 15 years of law practice before I got my. But in that time, I have gained experience that I've built on my training, and the additional trainings that I've got through the library, state library, trainings I attend through the Montana Library Association helps me build my objectivity. Why those trainings are so important, because you have experience, you have trainings on emerging trends in librarianship, you make sure that you're doing the best job you can in order to serve the patrons and potential patrons of the library. Anytime we are in any kind of situation in a library, I don't want to speak for every librarian, but as a new member of their community, one that's been welcomed, I know that they're all working hard with the budgets they have and the staff they have to meet their children's needs. And so to somehow imply that sentence 2 here is the only alternative to sentence 1 doesn't track with me. And I don't want to fall into that trap. And I think that the better discussion is how are librarians working each day to be objective, maximize resources, rely on their training, rely on their experience, rely on the feedback that they get from their patrons to make their library best as it can be. That's what I wish we could be discussing, because neutrality is critical. Objectivity is the more finely tuned.
Okay, Madam Chair. I really appreciate everything Chris said. I think we could have a talk about logistics. I think for me, it's a jumping off point to what reality and what's actually taking place. And I agree with everything Chris just said. It's tough to have two extremes, and I don't think any of us agree with that. And nobody's saying it has to be this or that. I also agree with Tom in the experience I've had recently. There's just an incredible bias of material happening more and more in public libraries, and that just exists. I wonder about the chicken or the egg. I mean, are people coming in looking for progressive materials, therefore the libraries are providing more progressive materials? Or have they provided such an overload of progressive materials that the people who think the other way just don't come? So then it's easy to say, well, we're meeting the needs of the people, because they've chased off the people who know they can't get what they want or are offended by what's there. And I don't know the answer to that question. I think it depends on different communities, which is the way it should be. But I do believe that I painfully, when we were talking about what we we're going to do with the American Library Association, I spent a lot of time on their webpage with their classes and their training. And their classes and their training were comfortably, I would say, and I'm being favorable in this, 90% driven by politics, 90% driven by indoctrination and not education, 90% what I would call very not neutral. And I went through all their classes. And so if they were a source of training, and if they're the source of leadership, then I think we have to recognize the truth, as we did on this board, that they are filtering down situations where neutrality is being ignored. And I agree with Chris. There are many, many people like him who are trying very hard to do the right thing, and have good representation across the board. Might be different in a library setting at the university, although our university in Bozeman is very heavy. Very, very heavy towards the progressive, very little on the other. The money purchase, I guess you could look at what they're spending in the children's literature department. I think if we wanted to make this a not just philosophical, which is wonderful and fun, but doesn't serve any purpose. If we wanted to make it really a nuts and bolts discussion, I guess you'd go down to what books you're buying for children. And there are a handful of books that borderline on pornography. And we had that discussion for the fellow from South Carolina, and that they have been given the directive at their state that we all know what pornography is. It's not, even the Supreme Court said people know it when they see it. They didn't throw out that word. They said, you know it when you see it, and let's not quit playing games. And they had, these books where my one that I was really, I think, taken by as a child who was sexually assaulted was a woman who said that she wrote this book so she could help young girls understand the dangers of sexual, because her daughter had been sexually assaulted. But then the book went on to repeat with other people the same situation, to where it became voyeurism, and they had to take it away. I mean, it wasn't a book about how a girl can avoid this thing, it just became indoctrination. I don't know, these books all appear in most of the libraries I've checked in Montana, I've gone on and checked quite a few of them, but I think we have to address it, what are they spending their money on, what are they focusing on? And if it's anything training with the ALA, boy, it's heavy. A lot of political action committees against your community, how to set up actions in your community, how to fight. It's not what I used to see in a library where you went in and I think Carmen said it very well. Could you remember the line you used that I said I'd never forget, now I can't. Being free to have materials doesn't mean that we have to provide all materials. You can't. You made a line that was really, really good. Giving everybody
I think
the right to read does not mean the right to read anything and everything. Because
no, that was the freedom to read does not mean the freedom to read for free.
Yes.
At some point I said that, I don't remember in which context, but that's one of the things that struck me. Items at your public library, yes, they're free for you to use at this point in time, but there's always somebody who has paid for it, and that's you, the taxpayer, and all the other taxpayers around you. So the freedom to read is not the right to read at somebody else's expense or for free or without paying for the resource. Because like Chris said, a library cannot possibly stock every single thing published, because that's impossible. So if the book you want to read is not there, you have the right to ask for it. And if there's an imbalance in the collection, maybe your library should buy it. But the fact that a book is not in your public library's collection doesn't mean that it's banned or that you do not, your right to read it has now been taken away because you cannot access it in your public library. It was in that kind of discussion that this came up.
Thank you. This was really meaningful. I appreciate everything Chris said. I absolutely don't think that philosophically we can get into one extreme or the other, but on the other hand, what's in reality happening is definitely a bias that's permeating. And the question is, where is it coming from? Is it coming through the education of these librarians? Is it coming from the people who coming in demanding it because they're the only ones coming in? Are they the only ones coming in because the material is already there and, they've given up if they're on the other side? I don't know.
I know before I retired, selecting books was getting to be very, very difficult because of the topics that were in the books. For a K-12 school, it was, where kids had access to all the shelves. I mean, it was getting more difficult to find books that weren't controversial. I had a nonfiction book, National Geographic, where it was something about discovering bodies on Mount Everest or something, and there was a skull, and the mom brought it in and said, "This is not appropriate. My kid had nightmares because this was a real body," and I was like, "Oh, okay, well, so I took it off the shelf for a while, and then I was like, no. I put it back on and then recommended books to the child that didn't have, that were recommended that the child stay away from that section of the library. But it was getting more and more difficult to select nonfiction books because of the topics. And a lot of it is the publishing, a lot of it is the writing. It's not always the librarians. Some of it is what is available and books that are given the awards. There's a lot of award winners that are
questionable now. The whole system is going.
Yeah, it's just what it is.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So in responding to Commissioner Cuthbertson's open-ended question early on, about the two statements. I hone in on the word advocate in the second statement. And I've also heard the word activist in some of the words from fellow commissioners. And when I examine Professional Library Association websites, I see a lot of calls for advocacy and activism, which is non-neutral and is in those websites and the worldviews of the owners of those websites tending to one side of the worldview, activism and advocacy. So I'm always a little tuned in when I see that word, advocate and activism, those words. Because they're not maybe objective actions.
Chair, two brief points. First on Commissioner Burnett's question of advocacy. The librarians that I work with are advocating for one thing, and that's literacy and learning. That's what they want to see in the Montana library community that I've been welcomed into. They're advocating for either resources to promote literacy or collaboration in order to make sure that especially young people have the literacy and numeracy skills to be successful in their careers and be contributing Montanans for the next generation. In terms of obscenity and in terms of pornography, we have laws governing against the distribution of obscene material. The library policy that we wrote in Elmer College takes those provisions direct from the obscenity statute. I assist libraries in making sure that materials within a library have artistic, literary, scientific value, which is the obscenity law as promulgated by the United States Supreme Court. And Justice Potter Stewart outlined when you see it as part of the test to determine whether something is obscene, and we see it in Title 45 in our criminal code, something having artistic, scientific, literary value, then it has that value and is not obscene. It's in a library, making sure and respecting the rights of parents to make sure that and honoring the rights of parents that what they would like their child to access in a public or school library, something librarians do each day. And that collaboration is imprinted on their souls, that they want to work with parents to make sure that, again, students, especially young people, are reading and gaining literacy skills. So those two themes are combined, they're tied together. That's the activism or advocacy that I see, that is making sure that we train the next generation of Montanans to be good employees, good citizens, and literate and curious about what their neighbors are doing, about what their state is doing, what the government is doing, so that they can be good neighbors and be good citizens. That's my conclusion on this question.
Good point. I'm thinking about the song. One of these words is not like the other. I was listening to Tom and I always thought of libraries as being education, entertainment, indoctrination. No, that's not like the other. It's a totally out of step. I don't think anybody goes to a library to be indoctrinated into one viewpoint. Maybe curious about all viewpoints, curious about different viewpoints, but not indoctrination.
Okay, thank you, Carmen.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
One more point I would like to make. The sentence that maybe Commissioner Hall was looking for, something else I said at some point, is that being an advocate for something is the opposite of being neutral or objective. Now, I understand advocating for funding or advocating for reading is, in my opinion, the core mission of a library. But the kind of advocacy that I see in my reading around professional librarianship is advocacy for social justice. So that's terminology that's swirling around right now. I read that far more than advocating for literacy. And then a second point I would like to make on my piece of paper here to start off the discussion, the concept neutrality is a myth did not come out of my own brain. And I have here a recording on YouTube that is part of the on-demand program, and it comes from for the ALA, and it's part of the 2021 ALA annual conference. And the title of this speech, which is recorded, is Confronting the Myth of Neutrality, Academic Libraries, Advocacy, and Free Speech. So I just wanted to point out, I did not make up this set of contrasting sentences. The idea that neutrality in libraries is a myth and that it should not even be something to strive for because it never existed anyways, did not come from me. It comes from the professional librarian world. And I see it as a good example of where current professional librarianship sees its place in society. Abandoning any attempt at neutrality and possibly therefore objectivity, and conducting themselves in a way to advocate for things like social justice, which to me is just a current trend. And I see that as a real danger, because I'm always thinking of other areas in history and what in other societies at other times was considered appropriate to advocate for. And the most stark example to me is always Nazi Germany, where my parents lived as children. You had to hang out the flag on the Führer's birthday, or else you were visited by some people in tall black boots. So, you know, in different societies at different times, certain things are considered appropriate. And with really good propaganda, people will be convinced that that they are on the side of good. In hindsight, we look back and we say, oh my God, how could you fall for this propaganda? But people do. And I think we should look at our own times and at our own buzzwords and current issues, always with the caveat that we could be deluding ourselves that we're on the side of good. And that, to me, is the reason to strive for neutrality and objectivity, because it is very, very difficult to go outside of your own time and your own trends and your own society and your own community to try to be objective, because we are all so steeped in our upbringing and our background. It is very difficult to try to be objective. I would like to have another topic for us for next time, and that should be objectivity. And if Chris would like to lead us in such a discussion, that would be great. Otherwise, I will be happy to put together a page like this one yet again to start us off. But I think it's important for us to keep discussing these topics that have big gray areas, because the important stuff happens in the gray area, not in the black and white. And I want to thank again all of the commissioners for participating in this. I really appreciate that we as a commission have the guts to openly discuss what are not easy topics. Thank you.
Thanks, Carmen. Okay. Chris, do you want to do that, or do you want Carmen to go ahead and do that? What would you like to do?
So I have to take a moment here to make sure that I express my confusion, concern that we're not equating librarianship to fascism and Nazi Germany. I just want to make sure that that isn't what I heard, or that that isn't what was intended.
Carmen, go ahead.
No, I'm using freewheeling examples that are not tied to the library world to help us understand concepts and concerns.
That's it.
I think Carmen could lead it again. I think.
Do the
your research
taxpayers,
is real fine.
the taxpayers expect us to continue vocabulary discussions, which when we meet, is that part of our ongoing mission? I'm happy to provide an overview of objectivity or contribute to a discussion on objectivity. Or is there other ways that the commission could spend its time?
I'll be happy to volunteer my time, and if we want to limit the discussion to 10 minutes, that's fine too. I understand Chris's concern that we're spending too much time on something like this. That's a valid concern.
I would like to do it and I'd like you to lead it, but that's my opinion.
I think it's an important part of our role
I do too.
is to understand the basis of the profession and of the offering to the public.
And how hard it is for them.
It's critical.
Commissioner Cuthbertson wants to continue to serve as point on these discussions. I'll be glad to contribute when that discussion.
Thank you. Thank you. And would we want to limit our time?
Yeah, that's,
I think so.
yeah. Mhm.
Set the time.
We'll do that.
Yeah. We all like to talk, so we need to set a
Yeah.
timer.
Yes, right. Okay. All right, Carmen, thank you.
Yeah.
Objectivity next time.
A blow.
Okay, let's go ahead on to the continued review of the continuing education handbook.
Madam Chair, I'd like to start off by just saying Tracy and Colette have done phenomenal work on this and incredible response from the library community. Wouldn't you agree, Carmen? Just great
Yep,
response, great. Yeah, we've had hours and hours with the community of librarians calling in and helping and giving their opinion. And Tracy is just a miracle worker with words.
Those two drop-in sessions that we had were very valuable, and we had librarians come in and share their concerns about the wording and what we're trying to do, and we were made aware of some potential pitfalls that we now can avoid by adjusting what we do in the handbook. So that's been extremely useful, and Colette and Tracy have gathered all that data and turned it into useful information that we have used to improve what we're doing. So I think this is in a good place, and we continue to work on it. Any word from Tracy?
So basically, we shared with you the latest draft, and as Carmen and Tammy said, the librarians gave us some feedback that made it clear that we still need to work a little bit more on a few sections of it, and I indicated what those were in that memo. We really wanted to hear from you today about what questions you might have about what was presented to you, either the public drop-in sessions or the draft policy. And then if there was anything that you would like us to consider, the hope for this is to do another draft and have it for you in April for you to take action, because there would need to be, frankly, some behind the scenes work to make the transition by July 1. So it would be very, very helpful to just know what the policy is, since the policy will drive the implementation of this. So I guess, do you have any questions about any of the changes that we made or the documents that were presented to you?
And I would point out, as to be expected, many of the librarians are working really hard to get their credits now under the other system because they understood it. And have concerns. And this will take a while. This won't be perfect right off the bat. We have made very positive, but big changes. These are not little changes. These are big structural changes to go to objective courses that are either taught by our staff or taught by others that are approved. No retroactive. It was interesting. Some librarians on the first one brought up a concern that we thought was valid. We tried to maybe change that. And then the second group pushed it further and all of a sudden it wasn't even workable. So it's just more complicated. It was having to do with the ones that, if a course is being offered in the next week that, for example, ADA and they have to take something in it, could they apply for it and then have it counted later? And what we thought we decided was you can apply for that course, but there's no guarantee. Take it if you think you need it because you're learning it. Your library can count it. This isn't saying your library can't count it. Of course they can. And you can count it for your own. But then come to us, and if it is accessible, if it's valid and usable, and Carmen thought it's usable by all libraries, then we would approve it. And of course, you could get your credit then. And then all of a sudden it got
complicated.
It got too complicated.
Face-to-face versus online.
What if it's only my school district because only I have that problem? Oh, now we don't want to, so we've got to stick with the basics and see what's broken the first year.
Although I think that example that showed some of the challenges with the face-to-face is
that was great.
We have had several libraries who have chosen to do active shooter training, which is pretty important. And they do it with their local law enforcement, who is spot on for the exact right for them to be working with. But the way that the current policy is kind of worded, that wouldn't count for credit, even though we suspect the commission would agree that active shooter training is very relevant in this day and age. And it makes sense for it to be local law enforcement. And so the committee needs to go back and wrestle with how to present that. One suggestion was, would we consider the topic and local law enforcement, or, how do we want to give credit or something like that? They would likely be arranging that weeks in advance so they could move through that approval process. However, there is definitely some challenges with it because one of the things we wanted to do was automate the system so that when they filed the approval, it would appear on the dashboard. And if it's for only one library, then it's problematic, right? So these are the challenges we are running into.
But could we have a general that said safety training on how to handle a live shooter is approved for 3 credits if the teaching is taking place with local law? That could be just a general that is right now. And so they can apply for it at any time if their local people agree, even if it's just them. So that might be the way to do that.
That's one of the things we just need to wrestle with.
So what's your opinion on that? Just obvious.
Just have some common sense about what works for each community. That seems to be, that's a primary thing.
Did you have any other questions about anything you read in your meeting materials or any other comments or concerns?
We appreciate all the work you guys have done. Yes. I think it's going to be a better system.
Is there anything you want us to work on or review between now and your April meeting?
I've got a question.
Yes.
So if this is inked on the 1st of July, how big is the catalog? How voluminous is the offering right now?
That's one of the challenges. It's not going to be huge. because it's changing from, it's really kind of shifting to more of a pre-approval. That was why we really loved the idea that someone had, we test drive it. We'll take it knowing that a webinar or something, knowing we may not get credit. But if we take this webinar, like one example that was shared with me is there's some new federal guidelines coming down about making your website more accessible. And so, if they took that and did a test drive for it, and then it would peer for others to be able to take it. And so the librarians would help us build the catalog, which I think will be helpful, but I don't know if that'll be ready July 1. It's interesting to think about, could we start the process? If you adopt your policy in April, could we actually start the process and have librarians submit suggestions for the catalog for you to review at your June meeting, which would help those in the robust catalog.
But we also have we decided not to go back past 5 years. Is that what we decided, Carmen?
Oh, yeah.
But we have all the staff training, like on all the staff offerings. That's a huge area, what our staff offers to local libraries. Those are all there now. And they can have, we decided like on law and budgeting, we didn't want them going back more than 5 years because they might be outdated. But a lot, and of course, certain topics that were really very focused on a few years ago can't be, but mostly they're very, very good. We have a big catalog there. And then, of course, with who we're going to approve, we decided like courses from the MSU, local government. Those are going to be, they'll come to us and those will be approved on open meeting or on boardmanship. Those will be approved so they can go in because we already know what this will be. He's already offered those. So there's a lot of courses that will be readily available. That's why Carmen was asking the Montana Library Association. If you have a class that you're offering that fits in one of these and you're willing to make it a webinar, turn it in. Yeah. So, and a lot of the technology is already available, either from our staff or other people that Evan knows or whatever, that this is one that would meet this need that's there. We can use it.
I think I was interpreting your question as new stuff because my one concern is that stuff's there, but a lot of people have taken it. So I just want to make sure we have some fresh content for them to.
Madam Chair. So Tracy, Tom, and Carmen and Commissioner Hall. Do we make people do things over? If they did it 5 years ago and now they gotta take the same exact course, just as an exercise in futility?
No.
I try not to do that. I don't like doing that as someone trained in adult learning. That's not a good use of people's time. If it's changed, yes, but to make them redo the exact same thing, I really hate doing that. I want people to love learning.
Yeah. And we did agree that, like with their degree, explain that. That was a big thing.
Oh, well, we had talked about the degree at the last meeting, that we would allow that to substitute. I think the bigger concern here is just making sure we have fresh, relevant content. That's good for people.
And some of the people have been on a long, long time. We're like, well, I don't need anything in any of these. And we're like, yeah, but even with teacher education, even with plumbing education, even with legal education, you have to go back and take classes. And you have to update, and they're all, they might be the same. It might have changed in the laws with some of those things. You still have to take classes. And I can count on one hand the college classes I thought were really worth my time. Not that I'm approving that.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Carmen.
To Tom's concern, we do have that distinction between the initial and then the renewal track. So the initial track could potentially be boring more than hopefully the renewal. But I envision a constantly expanding and constantly curated catalog of opportunities to fulfill the requirements. And it's my hope that down the road, every single credit you need, you'll have 10 or 20 different classes to choose from so that repetition is not an issue. I can't imagine that on a 5-year timeline that you will be taking the exact same class again 5 years down the road. It definitely is not the goal.
Any other questions or things you would like us to address? Or concerns?
And remember, their local libraries can still require classes for their librarians that meet their needs.
And the other thing that was a concern that we could address, because we did have the drop-in session, I think some people were worried that it would just be a blank slate of courses, and then we add one and then another one. And I don't envision any courses going away, but what's tightening up is whether you just take it because you want the information, or whether you get credit from taking it for the state library certification. So we're not tightening up all the offerings, we're tightening up what you get credit for.
Lucy, can I just make sure we're all on the same page for next steps? Yes. So our goal is at the April meeting to have the commission take action on the course of study and the handbook.
No, just the policy.
Just the policy.
Yeah, because well, actually, I guess we could do the course of study now that I think about it.
I was assuming that was part of the policy.
Yeah.
And then the catalog is something that the initial catalog would be an action item at the June meeting. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay. Yes. Okay.
And I would say Carmen is also an incredible wordsmith. She kept catching things that didn't mean what we thought they meant, and you know, certain areas that were triggering panic for people, and she would narrow in on them.
It seems like that course of study should be adopted so that we make sure the catalog aligns to it.
Yeah, you know, and the administrative rules, it says June.
Yeah.
But this would be an exception because it would allow us to start the process.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
That just makes sense. I do not have anything else. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Cuthbertson, do you have anything else? All right, thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
Thanks, Tracy. Thanks, and yeah, thank you. It was very interesting listening in on the work sessions, the drop-in. Those were very interesting.
Good.
I highly recommend them as a tool. If we make any other changes that those librarians who pay attention to what we're doing, it's apparently very easy to send the wrong message and create misconceptions. So those drop-in sessions are a really good tool to be able to address those.
Cut off rumor mills and panic.
Yeah.
But boy, the people who called in were great, and they sure were caring and dedicated and wanted answers, didn't they?
All righty, let's go ahead with I believe we are to the standing reports and information items.
As usual, I'm happy to answer any questions about anything in the standing reports. I did want to call attention specifically to the new state librarians report. During my evaluation at the last meeting, I was asked to prepare some information about some of the more notable activities that I participate in between meetings to give the commission more information about what that looks like. If you have any feedback for me on how I provided the information that's available, if I'm meeting the intent of that request, I'd appreciate that kind of feedback. And then again, if there's any questions about anything in the report, I'm happy to answer those questions. And then you have your regular quarterly standing reports, the updated work plan dashboard, staffing memo, the grants and contracts report, and your continuing education reports that are part of your quarterly meetings. And then we did have a meeting of the Education Interim Budget Committee in December. That was a chance for the Budget Committee to review quarterly financial reports prepared by the Legislative Fiscal Division. And they had asked for an update on the status of our revenue in our Montana Geospatial Information account. And so I just shared with you in your meeting materials those reports that were prepared for that meeting. Again, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, I wanted to apologize for earlier when I said I didn't get those things and I didn't have them. I never can get on the website here for some reason. And so I was trying to use my personal hotspot and I couldn't because my phone wasn't on. So I didn't realize I was only on the agenda that did not have a connection.
Oh, I see.
That was my fault, not, and I don't know why I can't get on your webpage, but.
I want to say, Jenny, if I had a schedule like yours, ooh-wee.
Yeah, I thought of
Yeah,
that.
I mean, that's a lot of meetings and a lot of interaction. Yeah, I personally, I think that this is a lot of overkill for us to have this. I don't think we need to require you to do this. I mean, it's so interesting to see what you are doing, but my word, I appreciate all the work you put into your job, but then for you to have to go and put all of it down on paper is like a little too much, I think.
She's just past AI.
Yeah. Keep track of this
Well,
for
I will,
AI.
I mean, that's a good experiment. Copilot, look at my calendar.
Yeah,
Yeah. Mhm.
give me a document.
Mhm. Give it a try.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have to say, I like the table a lot. It was very interesting for me to see as well how much is going on there. If AI could pull this together, I would love that. I agree that is no sense in having Jenny type this up every month. That is ridiculous. But if AI can do it, I think that would be really cool because it gave me a great insight into what is going on that I did not have before. So thank you. I really appreciate it.
What I think would be missing if I used AI is the details. It can tell you, the time I met and who I met with, but unless someone has attached an agenda or something like that to a meeting, a calendar notice, you're not going to get that detail.
Okay. Can we just try to see what you get next time? Just out of curiosity.
I'm curious too, so I will definitely play. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I really found.
I mean, what is it? Copilot every day says, "Do you want me to summarize your calendar for you?"
Oh, there you are. Crazy.
Yeah, I'm curious too. Okay, I appreciate that feedback.
Yeah, you're reading through your meetings doesn't it amaze you how much information she knows? That is what I was like, for you to be present and understand every single meeting that you went to, that is so many different topics and so much. I just think it's quite a declaration of what your knowledge is.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, so any other questions about any of the other reports that were included in the agenda items? Okay, if not, we'll go on to the commission goals and objectives. So we need to review, let's see, our annual business calendar. So here we need to review and prioritize agenda items for the April business meeting.
So we'll have both your second and third quarter financial reports with that additional detail that Tom has asked for. We'll bring back a revised draft of the bylaws with information about a standing committee for continuing education and the additional changes about the option of having roving meetings that meet a geographic distribution. I'll coordinate with both Carmen and Chris on those draft bylaws. As I just mentioned, we'll have action items, we hope, on the continuing education policy and course of study. Get that piece wrapped up and finalized. We'll have a discussion on objectivity. Do you want me to, or Tom, did you want to reach back out to Mr. Sheehan and ask if he's available
I'll see, yeah.
for a presentation at that meeting? Those are the agenda items that I noticed. We will have at some point some discussion about the public library standards. I don't know if we'll get that done by April or not, but we'll work on those.
And we
those
may
to
have a
future meeting.
discussion or something on the open meeting part of the Montana Library Association convention. Might have that before.
We'll have to have that before.
Yeah, we will. We might have to have a meeting on it by phone, but.
Let me clarify my understanding of that motion. My understanding is that if MLA comes back and says we can comply with open meeting laws, then we will go ahead and schedule that. And if they come back and say, we're sorry, we've decided that we need to follow our conference procedures, then we simply won't have that event. Is that everybody else's understanding?
And just as a side note, it's where you were talking naivety. It's very naive to think that conference is not available to the public, because if the media can walk in at any time they want to start covering it in rooms or whatever. Just happens.
Okay.
Once you find out the information from MLA about the conference topics, you'll let us know that
Absolutely.
information also.
I will ASAP. Let me ask this question too. If we are able to host the conversations with commission, there was discussion about having the April commission meeting via Zoom. Do we want to decide today if we'll have that meeting via Zoom, or do you want to wait on that decision?
And then if we are, so like if we aren't invited to the, if they can't do that, then we could meet here. Okay, yeah, so let's wait until we find out from them what their plans. If that's all right with everybody, is that all right? Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's my personal desire to save my Zoom attendance to either weather or location related events. But if the commission wants to schedule one on Zoom anyways, that's fine. But I prefer in person. I just haven't been able to do it at this meeting or the previous one because I was geographically undesirable as far as location goes.
Having too much
So just
fun.
keep that in mind. Keep that in mind.
Right, we would all prefer, well, I would prefer to meet in person also, so it just depending on what comes up.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
if it becomes apparent that we would not attend, would it be an advantage to the staff to move our meeting back to our regular second Wednesday of the month, which would be the 8th? So you're not meeting right before
I was wondering too.
Yeah, I asked Jenny
Because
that.
you may be.
the conference.
Conference on the 15th, maybe, or,
I'll go up in the morning.
yeah. Okay.
Just a thought for the staff.
Yeah, I do think
That would be.
I think it would be helpful.
Yeah.
I know you have a conference sometime in early April. I can't remember the date.
Yeah, it's during MLA.
During MLA, okay. Okay. So it would be more convenient, I think, if we moved to our regular.
Regardless.
Regardless. Yeah.
So I'm sorry,
I think regardless, it would be
better to have it April 8th.
April 8th, yeah. Is
Whether
anybody,
it's Zoom or.
yeah, is
okay.
anybody not available on April 8th?
I try to keep that open.
God willing and the creek don't rise, which I have never known what the creek don't rise means.
It's like flooding and snowing or snow melting. Yeah.
That's what I grew up here.
So
Worry about it quick rather than Montana.
yeah, right now, for
Right.
sure. Or snow melting.
8th is great for me.
Yeah, me too. Let's just do that.
Make
Yeah,
a
let's
decision?
let's just make a decision.
Actually.
Do we need a vote or can we just make a decision to change it to the April 8th?
Let's just make a decision.
A decision, okay.
We'll make sure it's all properly noticed.
Okay, yeah, we have enough time. All right, Anything else there?
The meeting April 8th.
Yes, we'll have April 8th meeting. Should we just do that in person no matter what, or what do you think? Or we'll just,
Yeah.
April 8th in person.
If there's MLA, then it would be wise to not spend money to.
Right.
We just need to wait to.
Yeah. I don't have a calendar, I'm doing this.
So just
visual
wait and
so
decide
forth.
about it being in person
After the
or
decision.
Zoom until after that
Yeah.
decision's made.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okie dokie. Okay, so did you pick a date for the Montana Geospatial Information?
We need to,
Act?
we do not, I need your input. We need to have a special commission meeting. This one would just be a short Zoom meeting, probably no more than an hour to approve the final recommendations for the Geospatial Information Act grants. Again, as Aaron said, we have the balance of that grant allocation to award. The council will meet on April 23rd to review and make their final recommendations to the commission. And we have to have that decision made by May 15th. So we need to meet sometime in that window. Ideally, maybe that first week of May, if people have an hour that we could meet that first week of May. Like I'm looking at maybe the morning of Wednesday, May 6th, for example.
Yes.
Yes.
That works for me.
Great.
Yeah, you'll send it out.
We'll send it out.
Okay.
Okay.
At what time?
Should we say 11 a.m.?
On May,
6th?
what was it, May
6th?
6th? And that's the.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to look at Federation dates. I skipped by that, I'm sorry. Let's see, we have the Broad Valleys, Thursday, March 12th through the 13th, that's in Butte. Sagebrush is, to be determined, it'll be online only. South Central is on Saturday, April 11th. In Forsyth, and then Golden Plains Federation, Thursday, April 23rd. In Wolf Point, and then Tamarack is, North Lake County Library, Polson, Friday, April 24th through 25th, and then the Pathfinder on Thursday, May 7th at Shoto County Library in Fort Bend. Does anybody have any preferences? They do like us to attend. I don't know how good we were this year about attending Federation meetings.
I will be at the Tamarack Federation meeting.
Yeah.
Catch me up. Commissioner divides.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, commissioner divides up, the commissioner.
We attend but we attend Zoom, yeah, we attend on behalf of just a commercial commissioner, put our face in type thing for their business meetings.
Can't talk to the board, but listen to the board.
Right.
I can't do any March ones, I'll have to check the dates again.
So I can do the Pathfinder, of course, I'll attend that in person. Carmen was doing the, we appreciate you doing, no, she'll, yeah, in Folsom, the Tamarack. Thanks, Carmen, for always doing that.
I can do probably try to do the sagebrush one, the Friday night online.
Okay.
Otherwise, the rest of these dates are kind of conflicts for me.
Okay.
Glad to,
Every single one of them.
glad to go.
Birthday, granddaughter.
Oh, yeah.
Wolf Point, or
Your
Central
daughter's-
both.
For your granddaughter's birthday on the
Okay.
7th. Two of my brothers.
Go to?
That day.
Or just, really?
I think there's a grandma up there that wants it.
Oh, where in Wolf? anyone, which one is it? In Sydney, is that, and that's close by Wolf Point, right? Okay. Yeah, I'll put you down for that one.
We can load everyone up.
Hey, hey,
Yeah,
hey.
I don't know. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
on
thought
April 23rd.
it'd be good to drive up there. We don't have anyone on the commission from that area, so
Awesome,
my connections there can help reassure me.
great, okay, I can, let's see. Can
Our
anybody-
state is so spread out, I'll tell you.
can anybody get online for the Broad Valleys or the South Central? You'll take South Central, Tom, April 11th, it's a Saturday.
I'll check
Can't
into
do
the
that.
Golden, but I can't say yet.
If you send me the information, they do Zoom
Chris is
also
doing
at
Golden.
Broad Valleys, right?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
send me that broad Zoom information, I can
I can try.
see
to
when
do-
the business meeting is.
Chris is doing Golden Plains. Tammy,
Okay, I'll be out, I'll be gone March, so.
let's see. I can try to, I'll try to get
Somebody-
on.
Are you saying
For
that
the-
you can't do Zoom?
Most of
Almost
them
No,
all
they all
do.
do, they all
Yeah.
do.
Yeah.
And then, so Broad Valley. Is anybody?
I said I would try Broad Valley if you send me the information.
Okay. All right, okay, we have something for each of those. All right,
It's a blast from the past when our gentleman on AI mentioned Challenger. Because that was just, you know,
yeah,
at the anniversary of that.
I was librarian, and
Mhm.
everybody was crowded into my,
Kindergarten, first, second graders.
Yeah. I was on the
In
Montana.
the library, I think
Yeah.
we were in the library.
I was on the Montana School Boards Association Board of Directors. And we spearheaded getting every school on to watch it. So we were all gathered in Helena to what, you know, because we know all the kids in the state were, and, oh, heartbreaking to think all these people are watching. Mm,
The West Glacier Elementary School burned that day as well.
really? Really?
That's my memory of that day.
were you in school?
Not at that school, but my dad was a counselor in that school.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, it was an art project on a ride.
What happened?
A teacher was doing an art project with hot wax,
Oh,
caught the school on fire.
are you?
Oh, my.
Burned down, they never rebuilt it.
Oh, my goodness.
That's really a
That would
project
be
on a
fun.
ride. I'm sorry. Up until then, I thought the worst was my speech tournament where one of my kids was doing a thing on his python. And another kid was doing something on projects at MSU where they were grafting hair from people and fur onto mice.
Oh,
And the python got out and ate the mouse.
Oh, no.
what, a python ate the mouse?
Yes, right there. Oh, oh,
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
that python was not
The
but
circle
trouble.
of life.
Yeah.
Teach you
That's
all
eventful.
that.
It was quite eventful for the kids
I'm
and the
sure.
mouse.
I'm sure, yeah.
It's a project was going down the road.
All right, so I think we have everything. Okay, so is there any public comment on any matter not contained in this agenda and that is within the jurisdiction of the State Library Commission? Their hand up or anything?
No, I don't know what to say. I have a lady in Bolton who's very concerned about some of the literature her child is bringing home from the library. And how she would like to talk to us and what she can do. And I've talked to her and asked her to. So can those people be recommended to come to a meeting or to a public part, call in? Public comment part, maybe, so.
Yeah, right there.
She's got really valid research and concerns. It's not just, oh, here's a little problem. She's got quite a bit of. And I just I feel like she's done enough work and she deserves to be heard.
She could certainly come in on public comment.
Okay, that would be helpful.
All right, is there any further public comment? Okay, so as there is none, is there any other business or announcements?
Well-run meeting, Robin. No, actually. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Do I have a motion to adjourn then?
I so moved.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the February 2026 meeting of the Montana State Library Commission is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.